Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I'm joined this morning by Bree West, who is joining us for a second day as our legal expert. This is day five of week 4, and we are in the defense presentation. So I'm going to take a listen to Brittany Costello's story from yesterday, summing up the day's events, and let's take a listen.
Tanner Horner walked into court Monday to more testimony put on by his defense team, attorneys who are looking to spare Horner from the death penalty after he admitted to killing and sexually assaulting 7-year-old Athena Strand in 2022. The judge agreed to blur his high school special education teacher.
He usually could come to a good conclusion given enough time.
She testified Horner was on the autism spectrum. She told the jury it did impact his social behavior, but he still had friends and was able to graduate with the rest of his class.
He was energetic, talkative, it was always fun to be around.
Jurors heard from his childhood friend and at times girlfriend, who testified that she and Horner bonded over a troubled home life. Prosecutors latched on.
You're not a felon, are you?
Oh, no.
You haven't killed anybody?
No.
No sexual assault on your part?
No.
Despite your rough childhood?
Yes.
Perhaps the most compelling testimony came from a defense expert who is a speech and language pathologist specializing in autism spectrum disorder. She says she assessed Horner and says he struggles with social communication.
It's a horrible diagnosis, guys. It's mild to severe.
But she could not explain to prosecutors why his behavior did not match the diagnosis in the video of Athena's abduction, where she admits he was able to clearly and calmly communicate.
Were you surprised by what you saw? Yes, ma'am.
She admits to only reviewing materials provided by the defense in making her diagnosis, but she reiterated autism was not the reason Horner committed this violent act.
People with autism are in every act of life and doing amazing things.
In Fort Worth, I'm Brittany Costello.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the night of Athena Strand? Well, Bree, day 2, week 4.
Yeah. Is it day 5 of the defense case?
It is day 5 of the defense case, and we're in week 4. And I know we've had some days where they had hearings, and of course trial has been ending most days at 3:00. And I think there's a combination of reasons for that. Potentially, maybe because the prosecutors have to drive back to Wise County. This is a heavy case. All the things. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. But generally, I'm trying to think back to a day we actually went to 5, and I can't think of one.
Which I think is odd. I think certainly understandable in the prosecution's case, right? It was so unbelievably heavy. The evidence was overwhelmingly emotional. I can appreciate the need to ensure that you're protecting the mental health of the jurors that are having to sit there and listen, right? But we're in the defense case is technical. When I say technical, I mean it's talking about his mental health. It's talking about not necessarily facts of the offense. We're past that point. And so why are we? I feel like we could speed it up. We could speed this up if we went to 5 every day, or even past 5. I mean, you and I have seen trials where they go till 6 or 7. I mean,
oh yeah. Now,
let's get this done.
Do I like leaving here at a more reasonable time? I mean, yes, but yeah. I am surprised because generally, when I book you guys, you experts, I usually say, hey folks, be prepared. This is going to be a long day. 8 to 5, 8 to 6, and it just hasn't been that way. And so I'm struggling with kind of the reason. We just don't know.
Like what is the why? I don't know. I would think that sort of as we move into the defense case, as we move into testimony that's a little bit more sort of predictable and not fact heavy, and we're really talking very specifically about Tanner Horner and his background, right? We're sort of now addressing special issue number 2, right? We can clearly see that that's what the defense is really doing right now, right?
Mm-hmm. You heard anything mitigating?
Because
I haven't. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but
Well, one could argue, Tanya, that everything, depending on who the listener is mitigating that they're putting on right now, right? In other words,
you're trying to reach one person.
You're trying to reach one person. Autism spectrum disorder is personal to a lot of people. Again, I think everybody has been really clear to say it's not an excuse for behavior. There are plenty of people that are, that are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder and don't kill people, and they don't murder children, and they don't sexually assault anybody. And I don't know that appreciating that autism spectrum disorder could be a mitigating factor is not rubber stamping bad behavior. It's simply saying we can appreciate that this person's brain is wired differently.
Right.
And because it is, can we hold them accountable in the same way? Is this mitigating enough to say that is a part of his background that I can appreciate, and perhaps I'm the one that will say no to special issue number 2, or yes, I guess yes to special issue number 2. There is something
Wait a
in
minute.
his
hold on.
background.
Okay, so is there some? I'm trying to remember how the question goes.
And
So
I-
yes, I think it's yes and no, right?
It is if you're moving on to special issue number 2, then that
Right. If you were that one, if you
Correct.
get one, yes.
That's
okay,
right.
I'm thinking
No,
in my
I know,
head.
because it's a weird kind of analysis. But so again, not rubber stamping bad behavior, not saying that anybody that is afflicted with, and I say afflicted, that's the wrong word, but anybody that's diagnosed, right, with autism spectrum disorder or any other mental health condition.
You can see why people think that's a cop out.
Well, but you can also see why people say, hey, this is a recognized neurological difference in
Right.
people.
It is, and I get what you're saying, but he's high, so he's high functioning,
Very,
you know,
very high
and
functioning.
he and folks, bear in mind, I think Bree's devil's advocate
course.
here a little bit. I mean,
and
and
it's
I,
important to have these
no,
debates.
it's right. It's important that we
Yeah.
don't get up here and just agree, and we're not even really disagreeing. We're just kind of talking about it. And
right.
I've sat here and I've listened to this day after day
I
after day. And of course, I think I mentioned before, I have a nephew who's high functioning autistic. A
Right.
lot of people have people that are high functioning autistic. And, and then the expert yesterday who actually talked to him, acknowledged that his autism is not a reason for what happened here.
Absolutely not.
Yes, he does have social communication issues, but he quite clearly was able to socially communicate to Athena Strand and get her in a vehicle.
Okay, well, I might be
I
on the
mean-
losing end of this debate.
But
But again, I think that I think that the majority of people undoubtedly fall in your camp, Tanya. I do. I mean, and I'm your camp, our camp, whatever, the camp of this is not mitigating, right? Because he was so high functioning. And so then the question becomes, because he was so high functioning, does that mean that this recognized neurological difference, does that mean that he should be sort of held to the same standard in the same category as somebody that doesn't have any sort of neurological differences?
it's interesting. I have spent as part of Bree, as part of my career, I have covered. I did a whole series of stories called "Disabled in Danger," and it was about people in group homes, and many of these people were extremely severely autistic, like nonverbal. So
Right.
I have a real sympathy for that community
Of course.
as a result. And Tanner Horner is not nonverbal.
No.
He is high functioning. He is a
Correct.
whole different ball game. I think he's able to get a job.
Yes.
Now he's not so good at keeping it. He's able to have a
can get 'em.
girlfriend. He gets a girlfriend. He's got a little boy. I watch all those videos and I see somebody who knew exactly what they were doing.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I didn't see and hear that audio that Terry and Rebecca heard.
Right.
Thank God.
I don't know that
Because it would
Right.
probably live rent free in my head for the rest of my life.
Right.
But just even the knowledge that such a thing exists, and then seeing him afterwards, nonchalantly smoking his cigarette. Did you see that video?
That is what got, that is, it's, if he were, it almost feels like if he were panicking, if he were freaking out, if he were doing,
He wasn't freaking. That's,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, if he
then
were, it almost makes it like, okay, you know what I mean? Like he
you
they're
could kind of like, right.
you know what I mean? But him just
Ugh.
jingle bell rocking down the
Ugh.
road. I don't know. So I think, again, and it's such a interesting intersection of sort of the legal community and sort of society, right?
Right.
Where we are asking not a question about right or wrong, or did you know, or, crazy or not crazy, or insane or not
Mhm.
insane, right? We're asking this question of if this is different, then do we treat it the same? That's the question. And I think that, it's a spectrum. It's not everybody
Right.
everybody is not the same that has this, that's diagnosed with this.
Right.
And so do you treat some of them one way
Well,
and others a different way?
because I would say that, like the people that I'm talking about that have autism that are nonverbal, I would say they are intellectually disabled. That is a different ballpark than a Tanner Horner. And I think it is just that, a spectrum.
Right.
And he is, based on what I've heard in testimony, he has mild autism. Yeah, he has,
That's what it sounds like.
mild and I in my and I'm listening to the people that know him.
Yeah.
He's able to have relationships. He's able to have friends.
He can get a job.
He can get a job.
a job,
He may not be a great employee.
but he can get a job.
Yeah, he can get a job and he can follow a route, right?
He was living in squalor, but he was living by himself. I mean, he was living, not in a group home or any other kind of thing. So, again, very high functioning.
Right.
But where do you draw the line?
I don't know.
Right. And I think that's really the question the jury is going to grapple with. And there may be one or two people that say you either it's all in one category, or we're going to go person by person and choose who gets this treatment and who doesn't get this treatment, who gets mitigation when they have this disorder and who doesn't. And I think that is a tough question to have 12 citizens without legal backgrounds. Likely, I highly doubt there are any attorneys on there.
Oh yeah, I would
Right? Like that would be, I mean, I don't know that anybody puts attorneys. Oh, maybe the prosecution. Maybe the prosecution would put an attorney just to say this is so high level. Like, let's have somebody back there that can talk about the law. But that's going to be the question that everybody grapples with, because then the other thing becomes he was in special education,
right.
He was receiving services all throughout his, at least I know high school. It was a lot of high school counselors and things like that were testifying yesterday, right? I don't know if they had.
We had a high school. We had a like a speech pathologist. No, I'm sorry.
It was
we had a special ed person.
Special ed. There we go. Special
looking at
ed
my notes.
teacher or
A girlfriend.
the former girlfriend, not
And
current.
Former
Well, no,
girlfriend.
there is no
and
current
not
girlfriend.
Cassie. It was somebody else who had known him in elementary school, and then
That's
had
how far
dated him
back
later, and then they kind of had an on again, off again relationship, and then we had of course
Dr.
we had Dr. Fritz,
Right.
who to me was trying to have it both ways. Was how it struck me.
Well, which is kind of weird, right?
Mhm.
If you are a defense expert, you can't, if you're a defense expert, you have to maintain credibility, which means that if somebody asks you a direct question that has a clear yes or no answer, you can't answer the opposite because you're a defense, you
Right.
lose all credibility. But at the same time, I think you need to have leading answers a little bit. Like, I need for you to earn the money you're getting
Right.
paid
I think she said she'd already been paid about 15 grand.
already. Wow. Okay. Well, that's
I mean, it was
actually
good work if you can get it. I think she said she was charging. I got to get back to my notes. I want to say like $370 an hour. I was like, wow, I clearly got into the wrong profession.
Well.
Apparently, it was here we go, $370 an hour. She estimated she'd already spent 100 hours on the case,
whoa.
and her estimated her total fee was going to be somewhere between 15 and 20K.
Wow.
Now I thought it was interesting. She was commenting on his behavior, but she had not watched all the video. I'm like, how do you not? I mean,
Well, I mean, again, do you need to actually watch that video to be able to? I mean, I think it's a lot even for professionals. I mean, I do this for a living, and I barely could bring myself to watch any portion of that video. I mean, it was.
well, they didn't live stream the.
They did not the video.
Right. Not the. But there was other parts of that kind of before and after that. Even that was rough to watch.
That's what
because you knew what was kind of like what was coming and what was happening after.
coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And
maybe
you saw how shook Rebecca and Bree. I mean,
And Terry were.
And Terry were.
Yes.
And these are like.
seasoned. I mean, 20 plus years in the game, and it was a tremendous amount. So I still, again, I think it's important to have this discussion only because this exists in some states in our country. The death penalty is an option. It's certainly an option here in the state of Texas. And I mean, it's an important kind of dialogue, right. To have. Where are we as a society? And I was asking you earlier, sort of, what is the jury pool? Like, where did they come from?
They're Tarrant County jury.
They're Tarrant County jurors. So the question is, were they able to find even one person that was like what we call life qualified, right? Where it was
Right.
somebody that was at least willing to seriously consider whatever the mitigation may be, and that would be sufficient to vote for life without the possibility of parole.
So based on what you know now, and I've asked every lawyer this question, would you be a lawyer for Tanner Horner?
I would, absolutely. I and the reason that not because, and again, this is where it's so difficult to explain, I think, to non-lawyers. I defend people that are accused of heinous crimes. I've never defended someone that is accused
Not like
of,
this.
okay, there we go.
I mean, this is like next level.
This is
stuff.
next level stuff. But I am a defense attorney because I believe in our system of justice.
Right. And I do too.
Right. And so do I therefore believe that every single person, no matter what the accusation, is deserving of an attorney, deserving of a defense, deserving of somebody who's competent and qualified to put the pieces together to present to a jury? I 100% believe that. And so if somebody came to me and said, okay, we need you on the defense team, I believe in our system. So my answer would be yes. I know. I think that there are probably attorneys that would be like under no.
Oh, I know. Terry was
circumstances.
definitely like no.
I know.
Cody was no.
I know.
He's a big
I know.
giant no. And here's the thing. And I also respect that. And I respect your position because I too believe in the criminal justice system. And I don't have to like Tanner Horner
There you go.
to believe in the criminal justice system.
And that's huge.
it is.
That's
right.
that's the part that is
Right.
the most important part. You do not have to like or support or believe or anything what this
Right.
person has done, but you do believe that no matter what, they deserve a defense.
Well, and what Terry was saying yesterday is that while it is difficult to listen to all these defense witnesses get up and
Say the same thing over and over again. No, I'm just
Mhm,
kidding.
yeah, pretty much, that it is necessary
It is
because when this goes up on appeal, and it will go up on appeal,
absolutely.
if you
It has
haven't
to.
dotted your I's and crossed your T's, you end up with an ineffective counsel complaint. You end up with potential for this thing to get thrown out and have to start all over for this family.
And people don't understand that, right? One of the biggest reasons that we check all these boxes, both the judge, all the parties, right? The judge, the prosecution, the defense. The reason that we check all of these boxes is because if you do, if somebody makes a claim of ineffective assistance of counsel and it's shown that like something wasn't done that should have been done,
Mhm.
and this case gets reversed, the victims in that
Mhm.
are Athena Strand's family.
Right, they are.
And
Absolutely.
nobody should want them to have to go through this for the rest of their lives. They have already lost the most precious thing that any parent can lose.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important. So as we sit here and we are like nauseatingly listening to, who this doctor and this specialist and this counselor and all of that, it's because we have to say every single thing was explored. The jury was given every
All the
possible piece of information that was available to find to make a
Right.
decision. And so if in fact their decision is death, they made it based on everything,
Right, all the knowledge,
not just the bad things, right?
Yeah. And well, and one of the things that folks have said is that part of the reason for kind of dragging this out, right, is if you're the defense, you want to create some space between what they saw last Thursday
Yes.
and then what they heard last Thursday.
Yes.
That hour plus video that
Yes.
that is horrific on levels that
were causing the actual jurors to sob. That was the description.
Sob?
Not tears, not wiping away, but
I-
openly
I'm
sobbing.
frankly surprised they didn't have to like break court just
I
so
know, I'm
people could
surprised too.
even get through it. It's
I know.
from the way that Terry and I've talked to both of them have described it. It horrible. Just on levels that I don't know.
You almost say like, I'm a little bit shocked that like somebody didn't get sick watching it. And I mean, it is amazing that they didn't have to take a break, like just to give people a breather.
Well, yeah, because it's so, and that's the thing is it's so unusual. And I've talked
I
about
know.
this to all the attorneys that have come on here. I cannot ever recall a time when we had this level of video and other types of evidence.
Right.
Like,
Right.
Can you think of a case? Because I can't. Yes, sometimes you have some of it, but to actually have him killing her,
Right.
that is stunning.
It is. And I've seen obviously cases where somebody being shot is on video, or, you know what I mean? Or the fight, or,
Right.
I mean, certainly there are cases like that, but there's something different about
Right.
this. And I think that's what's causing all of us to just sort of have this, even if you are sort of, totally against, like just morally totally against the death penalty. I think even you were saying a friend of yours who's, an anti-death penalty
A very good
advocate,
friend of mine who
said
is
this is different.
who is very, and I won't say his name, but
Sure.
he's well known in those circles. And we were talking the other night, and he and I have argued a lot about the death penalty because I have
Yes.
nuanced views on it.
Yes.
And he said that if ever there was a case that he could bring himself to support it, this was the one. And to me, that's very telling because I know this guy. And now he also said that that he hoped that Athena Strand's family understood that when and if this jury comes back with a death penalty verdict, it's not as if this is going to happen overnight.
I
There's going to be
know.
appeals that last somewhere between 10 and 15 years.
I was going to say it's usually like 10 and 20 years, and it has to do with like the pace of the court, the appellate court system, and this record. So when we talk about the record, we're talking about the transcripts, we're talking about all of the evidence, we're talking about the audio-visual evidence. So the record itself is going to be so that is you also
even
have
just compiling that.
I feel bad for the court reporter. You're right, but having the appellate, whoever your appellate counsel is, going through. I mean, and you have to comb through. Like, was this objection made? Like, should an objection have been made? Like you're combing through that level of detail. You have to imagine that takes years. That takes years.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
even get through the
it's gonna
first
be-
appeal.
It's going to be lengthy. I do want to while we I can't talk suddenly.
Uh-oh.
So
Repeat.
No, I'm not going to lose my voice again, folks. That if you were here during Uvalde, final day of trial, Bree was with me, and so was Terry, and it was not funny, no,
no,
what's
because
funny,
you
not
were
funny.
right. I mean, people were actually worried about you. People were like, okay, Tanya, are you
I got
okay?
worried about me because at one point, finally by that weekend, I got scared that I was legitimately going to lose my voice, like for real. And I went for,
Yes.
like for that following weekend, I basically didn't talk for 2 days. I just shut my mouth, which is very unusual for me. Anybody that knows me knows I can talk a lot. And so I just shut down at my house that following weekend
And just
and stopped talking. And because I decided that I needed a voice. I'm on TV. I got to have a
Well,
voice.
I mean, and isn't it like, okay, welcome to getting older, right? Like this is your
Well-
body's way of saying stop.
Well, and the other thing
Too
I found
much.
out is if you're losing your voice, do not take Hall's menthol
You
because
did tell me that.
they actually dry out your vocal cords. And one of my really good friends who's a reporter at the New York Times said, "Hey, don't do that."
Please.
And so I
We
had
need
to.
you.
I had to, so I learned the hard lesson. So one of the questions folks has is why do they question witnesses like the voir dire, like of the experts outside the presence of the jury initially?
So that's kind of unique to a death penalty case a little bit, right? Because remember, we talked about on the first day of the defense's case, we had those 3 days of hearings that were outside of the presence of the jury, right? And the reason for that is because when you're a defense attorney and you have experts that are coming and they're writing reports or they're going to testify, whatever it is that they provide, you don't actually have to give that to the prosecution until right before they're about to testify, right? And so those hearings are all about, and particularly outside of the presence of the jury, is for the prosecution, for example, for the defense to lay out, like, this is what this person is going to testify about. This is their background, this is their CV, this is whatever. And then the prosecution gets to cross-examine them to kind of determine whether or not there is like anything that they're going to talk about is really relevant, if it's really, going to sort of, help a jury make the ultimate decision and all of that kind of thing. And so, for example, if for some reason the defense brings an expert that the prosecution cross-examines and then the judge says, yeah, you're right, this is not going to be an expert that I'm going to allow to testify, you can't have that happen in front of a jury, right? Because if a jury hears whatever the testimony was, and even if you go back and say, okay, jury, disregard, like, we're human, I already heard it. I can't unring. I think you're one of your favorite sayings is can't unring that
No,
bell.
I don't think you. And I've heard that from some other lawyers. I don't know where I heard that from.
No, it's a common phrase that we all use,
but
right?
but once they've heard it, they've heard it.
You can't unhear it, and so you can't have those kinds of things happen in front of the jury, because if ultimately someone is disqualified as a potential expert witness or disqualified as somebody that can testify in front of the jury, then you have to make sure that happens, and then only the people that are qualified and no objection is sustained, or challenged by the prosecution is sustained, then and only then can they move forward. And so then people might say, well, out of all the people that may have testified during those 3 days, this is the lot, this is the group that made it through.
Right.
But again, that all ties back to our we have to check those boxes. We have to check every single one of those boxes, because the victims of a reversal of a death penalty case are the families.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
we have to do everything we can to protect those people. They've gone through enough.
So as you've, I know you haven't watched every minute of this trial, and I mean, you do have.
I am a little bit of like a true crime,
I know you are.
legal junkie, but no, I haven't had it. I wish I could watch everything. But anyways, go ahead. What was your?
So what have been the things for you while we continue to wait that have most stuck out to you about this trial?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately, from my perspective, the prosecution's the prosecution, it felt like didn't have to do anything other than play that video, Tanya. I mean, I don't, anybody that has even like sort of stuck their toe into this trial knows about that video, has seen snippets of that video. And I think that is the most unbelievable. I mean, you've said it. It's the most unbelievable. It lives rent free in everybody's mind
Just
going
the ones,
forward.
especially the ones that were in that courtroom, and then
Especially those people.
Yeah.
And so then on the defense side, I think that it's really interesting to see sort of the meticulous way that they are trying to work through developing, or not developing, but at least trying to establish, okay, maybe there's somebody that could say he's not a future danger. Maybe there's somebody that's going to say this horrific thing that happened, nobody could have seen it coming. Everybody is like, oh, he was nice, he was this, he was, whatever it is. I had a relationship with him. He was in my class. He was whatever it is. Nobody could have seen this coming. So maybe we can't predict future danger, but then to like sort of continue to build, sort of that wall of defense, getting into this whole mitigation of, autism spectrum disorder. Do you treat people on that spectrum all the same way? Or do you pick and choose, or people that have, learning differences, or people that have,
Right.
major depressive disorder, or whatever it is. And so it's been in my mind. And again, I have to, sort of say to the world, I am currently a defense attorney.
you've been a prosecutor.
I've been a
You've done
prosecutor. And when I was a prosecutor, I was full on like drinking the Kool-Aid every day as a prosecutor, right? And just as enthusiastically, I'm a defense attorney. As hard as I worked as a prosecutor, I work equally as hard as a defense attorney. And so right now, my perspective is coming from, I'm a defense attorney right now, right? And so I think that For me, it's just been interesting to watch the defense try to put something together that has the potential of getting life without the possibility of parole. Now, are they going to get it? I'm not even going to say it out loud, but
You can.
I think-
nobody will hear it.
it's really, it's tough.
They have a high. I just
I don't, I don't know that we're,
it's hard to see how. Of course, again, you never know. There could be that one person,
Right.
and only and I keep saying it only takes one.
it does.
But I have a hard time believing that would be the case.
And then it's interesting, I feel like in some jurisdictions, sort of nobody is real, like the alternates in the case are kind of all mixed in and everybody is listening to the case all at one time. And so ultimately the 12 people that go back to make the decision about whether or not we're going to, how we're answering special issues 1 and 2, you don't necessarily know who those people are going to be. And so it's interesting, like, what if one of the people that is like pro-life ends up being in the, and so it's just sort of an interesting.
Right. There can always be all kinds of things that can happen. I mean, one thing from the start, this trial was just a little bit of a shocker when he pled guilty. That was unexpected.
Yeah,
And of course, I think, of course, once we got deeper into the trial, it became clear why.
exactly.
Right.
I was
I mean,
going to say,
it was almost like if you don't plead guilty, you're just going to tick the jury off because the evidence against you is so overwhelming.
right.
And you're in. And if you don't plead guilty, you're effectively forcing them to listen to this twice.
And that
And that
for
would
me,
have made it worse. For
that
him.
for me was the strategy. The strategy was we cannot, these facts are so horrific. We cannot under any circumstances have, because again, remember your punishment case is essentially your guilt innocence case plus some.
Right.
So you get to literally put on your case again as the prosecution in the defense case. And that would literally be them hearing this evidence twice,
No.
solidifying any question that they may have had that they didn't get answered during guilt. And so that was a huge strategic
And you
move.
understood why they did it at that point.
Oh my
I mean, I
God.
think at the beginning it was a little bit like, what?
Right. People
But
were
now
shocked.
it's like, oh,
Absolutely. That was completely strategic on the part of the defense. And it was the right move. It was, and then I'm sure, hoping that it's going to, sort of curry a little bit of favor with the jury, right? That I took responsibility for this. I'm not trying to say that
But
it wasn't
did he?
me. Well, I mean, he
I
pled guilty.
mean-
So we don't have to say allegedly.
true. I will say that did make it simpler in this trial because I could be much more direct. I didn't have to like beat around the bush, 'cause, and
As we're talking about
which is not one of my favorite tasks. I'm
Correct.
direct is essentially what I like to be. Okay, so folks are Zeke, bring the video up behind us. You can see Tanner Horner walking into the courtroom, sitting down. So we should be getting underway here pretty soon. So folks are asking us, will Cassie testify? We don't
Look at those
know.
eyes, Tanya.
What do you say about that?
He looked directly at that camera. And I don't know if there's anything behind those eyes. Tanner Horner.
What do you mean by that?
It looks empty, right? His eyes just sort of, as he stared, as he looked back, it looked just empty. And how concerning is that, right? Like how when you look at somebody like that, we talk a lot about you can never, the most dangerous people, the most dangerous monsters are monsters because you can't see them coming,
To
right?
me, that's Tanner Horner.
And I think he looked over his shoulder just now and we saw the face of somebody that you don't see coming as a monster.
Yeah.
That's scary. Okay, sorry, you had a question.
No, it was a great thought because I think that's the hard part of this trial is that he's the FedEx driver.
He's
the
FedEx
delivery
driver.
guy. I'm trying to cut back on my, not so much do FedEx. I'm really trying to cut back on my Amazon bill because
Well,
it's gotten ridiculous.
It-
But
Welcome to the rest of us.
you think about just how many times we have delivery drivers come into our house, and again, I've said this before. I'll say it again. Most kidnappings, things of this nature, are committed by people that know the child. This
Yes.
is really, really
Statistically,
unusual.
right.
Statistically, extremely unusual. But,
Yes.
but that doesn't make it any less
Well,
scary.
here's the crazy. So we talked about that. I have young children. I mean, they're young. They're a little bit younger than your
My giant
child.
14-year-old, yeah.
Yes, and so sort of since this trial, every single time something gets delivered to my kids used to be able to like, oh, they're here. Like, let me run out. Let me grab the package. Let me what? No more.
You
No
don't
more.
know. You
I don't know. I don't know. And maybe you're the same person that always delivers for us. I have no idea. I don't care. Like, clearly something can go horribly wrong at any moment, and this could potentially be the result, right? Like, so literally, like, even over the weekend, as we were getting like whatever it was delivered, absolutely not. Watch that truck drive completely away, and then we're all going out to get it together because we're not. You know what I mean? Like, I can't.
No, I do.
It is overwhelming. The thought. That's what you do not see the monster coming.
Right. And I think again, I think that's why, and that's also why a lot of people are watching this trial. I think
Right.
because you're right, you do not see the.
So if he walks.
Okay, I think are we starting to get some sound from that courtroom, Zeke?
I wonder, is this, are we?
We'll see. Zeke, you can kill our mics.
All right, counsel, the witness has told me that she does have a hearing disability, but she would like to start out seeing if she can hear y'all from the tables. And if she can't, just come forward like you did before with the previous witness and make sure you stand where the jury can see her.
Yes,
Okay?
sir. Thank you.
All right, both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. You do not have to stand up. You sit down. Okay? All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to get started. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to refer to you as Michelle for the purpose of this hearing. Is that okay? So, Michelle, how do you know Tanner Horner?
I know Tanner. We moved in the neighborhood. I believe it was in 2001, and my son was friends with Tanner.
Are they close in age?
Yes, sir. My son's older than Tanner, like a year.
Okay. And was your son and Tanner similar in other ways besides their age?
Yes, sir.
And how was that?
They both have Asperger's, and they were both bullied a lot in the neighborhood. We lived in a neighborhood that was kind of bad. I didn't know it was bad when I moved in there, but we found out real quick. I drove my kids to school, my children to school every single day. And, but sometimes I had to work later and my son would ride the bus. And when my son would ride the bus, Tanner rode the bus also. And sometimes Tanner got locked out of his house when he was just a little boy. My son was probably 11 when we moved in the neighborhood. And so that would make Tanner 9.
So let's start by backing up on the bullying. You said that they were both bullied or just Tanner?
No, they were both bullied.
And who was doing that?
There was some neighborhood boys in the neighborhood. There was like 3, and then those 3 had a couple other ones that were older. There were like 2 older ones, and then the 3 boys, they had 2 older ones, and then they had one that was, I think, younger than Tanner, I think.
And what do you mean by bully?
They would beat them up.
Like physically?
Mm-hmm,
Did you see the injuries?
mm-hmm,
Did you ever try to intervene?
mm-hmm, all the
Okay,
time.
could you say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're fine.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir. Yes, sir.
So how did you try to intervene?
Well, one day when my son saw Tanner sitting on the porch, and my son said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." He went down there.
You're telling Jacob hearsay. What somebody else told her.
Go ahead. You can say it. Go ahead.
My son came home and said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." And so my son ran down there to save Tanner, and then my son ran home and said, "Mama, they're after me, they're after me." And I said, "Who?" And then so those boys came to my house, and they came to my door, and that one knee boy found the ball cap, and his ball cap was on my head right here. And I said, "You might have to go through me before you get to my boy." And I said, and I did say this, I said, "Bad boys bad," because they were all 3. I said, bad boys, what you gonna do when they come for you?" And I dialed 911, and the police came, and all them boys, and I think the little boy he was probably 9 years old, and they were all getting arrested at that time. And that was, I don't know what year or anything like that, but
Let's
then-
keep it question and answer.
Slow down for just a second here. Well, let's, I want you to jump forward a little bit on those 3 particular boys. Besides calling the police, was there other ways that you ended up kind of intervening in their lives?
Mhm. Well, those girls had a bad upbringing. They were very poor. And I made friends with them because their living situation was real bad. And so I walked a lot in the neighborhood. And I
Let
made,
me go ahead and get two
but I
questions.
walked by where those boys lived.
Sure.
And so that's how I knew that they had a bad neighborhood, and I made friends with the mom and the daddy. And I told those boys that if they needed a place to stay in the winter, in the rain, that they could come stay at my house. And so I made friends with them.
And why would they have needed a place to stay?
We lived in a tent in the yard.
Did you ever take anything to them?
I took clothes for my son.
Now, let's go back to Tanner for a second. You talked about Tanner being locked out of his house. How often did you see that?
A lot.
Did he would come up from school and he just couldn't get in? So did your son play with him outside? What did they do?
No, sometimes Tanner would come over and I'd give him snack, and then grandma would get home and then he would go home.
Now, if you know, I know when would have been home when he came home?
Grandma was working,
She worked a lot.
but she had to. She was the only one that I knew of that was taking care of Tanner and the little boy.
Did you get to know her?
I met her a few times. I was very busy. And when I met her a couple times.
Do you know who else lived with Tanner?
His little brother, and his grandpa.
And well, you talked about the little brother. Did you ever see Tanner with his little brother?
Son, he wagged him around some.
He was dragging him around. Is that just like a typical older brother thing, or? And how did you see him treating his brother?
He was kind to his brother.
You know, if Tanner had his own room in the house.
He had a room, but it wasn't his room. It was his mom's room, but she wasn't there. But then when she came home, he was maybe 13, 14 years old. She had been gone that long. And he had to share it with the little boy. And then when the mama came home, he had to go live out in the shed. And my son was down there helping him clean it up. And my son came home and said, Mama, it's terrible. I can't do it. Because my son has Asperger's also, and they have to have structure. And my house was structured for my son. And when my son saw that, they go like this. I can't do it, Mama, I can't do it. Will you help us? And I said, I can't. I don't have time, babe. I don't have time to help do that. But when they're in a bad structure and it's not lined out for them, or if something changed, for instance, if
Okay, let's keep this question and answer.
Okay. So can you talk about your son having Asperger's and Tanner being different too? What were some of the other things you noticed about Tanner that made you think he was neuroatypical?
Tanner wasn't as mature. He was more younger than his age.
Now, eventually, so the whole time you knew him, was it always that way? He didn't
Yes, sir.
mature? Did that lack of maturity and the living situation eventually put a strain on his friendship with your son?
Yes, sir.
Did they stop hanging out?
That wasn't what happened.
Okay, tell me.
My son was bullied so much at school that in 7th grade, 8th grade, he was in the alternative school quite a bit. And he liked it in the alternative school because he was like the only one and there was only like 2 or 3 people and he made really good grades and he did really good. So I took my son out of the public school and put my son in a Christian school. And so then he wasn't around Tanner as much because then he made different friends.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Tanner have a lot of friends?
Mm-mm. Oh, no, sir. Sorry.
And was there a time when Jackie had suggested that the boys have a joint birthday party?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that?
Because Tanner didn't have very many friends, and he and my son was his friend. And Jackie noticed that we were loving on Tanner. And she found out that they had the same birthday. Tanner's is one day before my son's. But my son was in '89. And she worked where she could make cakes. And so I let my son, and we had a birthday party down at Tanner's house for them. I don't remember the year or how old they were.
How'd the party go?
It was nice.
Did you ever see Tanner with a girlfriend?
Tanner had his first girlfriend. I don't remember how old, and I'm not going to mention her names, but he was so excited, and he brought her to meet me.
Did
He was happy.
he? What about music? Did you see Tanner develop an interest in music?
They liked Christian rock.
Uh-huh.
There's different types of Christian music, and they liked the more hard rock Christian music.
You say they, you mean Tanner?
My son and
So
Tanner.
They both kind of had this musical
Mhm.
interest.
And then Tanner got a guitar, and he played the drums.
Yeah.
And so my son eventually would go down there and in the shed, and my son wanted a guitar, so I got my son a guitar. And then there was these big boys, older boys than Tanner and Herman,
You're all right.
Okay. Cool.
and they ransacked and stole their guitars and broke into my son's house, our house, and stole my son's guitars. A guitar.
Did you talk about kind of the ways that your son and Tanner might behave differently? Did you ever see Tanner act out?
I never saw Tanner act out.
And you had mentioned Tanner's mother maybe moving back in. Did Tanner ever mention his mother to you?
Yeah,
Did he say he missed her? Or
he missed his
mad at her?
mama. He wanted his mama.
And what, as a mother of a child with Asperger's, what are some of the difficulties that you had to deal
Oh,
with?
gosh. Like I said, okay, may I give a for instance, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you told them, we're gonna go have pizza after school, and that's what they think about all day long. We're gonna go have this pizza, okay? You pick them up from school, and you say, well, we can't go have pizza. We're gonna go have a hamburger. I don't want a hamburger. I want pizza. You said we were gonna have pizza. Maybe we're gonna have hamburger. We've been invited. I don't wanna go. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. And then the aggravation, like 100 times. If you, a normal person, changed the plans, it would be, okay. But they've been thinking about that pizza all day long. And you cannot change their routine like that. You can't change it. If you say,
Okay. You talked about your son actually did better in the alternative class.
Mhm.
Were there resources
sir.
that were helpful for him to succeed?
yes, sir.
What kind of things would help?
Just being in that environment, that smaller environment, where there was only 2 or 3 children in that environment, it was, they have a very hard time in a big setting. It's very hard for them. It's hard for them to comprehend a big group. That was the only time my son had a birthday party with somebody else. That was his birthday. He's not having a birthday party with anyone. My dad and my nephew's birthday is in August. He did not even want to have his birthday with his grandpa or his nephew. It was his day.
I want to ask you a question about you. Have you been involved in prison ministry?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that, please?
I did prison ministry just with the women, Tarrant County, for 5 years. And street ministry and homeless ministry also. I'm still doing homeless ministry and street ministry. We can't be conformed to the world. We have to have a renewing of your mind. You can't be conformed to the world. You have to transform your mind into God. And if you let God transform your mind, then things can be better. And if people just have to know that Jesus can change your world. Jesus can change your mind, and Jesus can make things better. He can, and he will if you let him. If you let him in, he will, and he can.
I'm gonna look at my notes here real quick.
I even let
Okay, hang on, let
Hold
me
on
ask
one
the
second.
question.
1 second, John. Get back. Here, I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sean. I'm just asking you, talk a little bit about your son. How's your son now?
my son now is maturing more now than he ever has. He had an upset a year and a half ago, and it was a death in the family, and it just took him down hard. There was no communication between he and I. If you say one wrong word, it blocks the communication. But my son is older, and he's more mature now. He has 2 children he has to take care of, and they're great children. My grandson plays 3 instruments. My granddaughter is an excellent draw. She can draw and paint. My son has been, his wife works and he stays home and has taken care of the children their entire life.
So wife works, he's married and got 2 kids.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you saw Tanner Horner?
We moved out of the neighborhood in 2011, or probably 2011.
So that's
15 years.
15 years ago, that's the last time you saw him?
Yes, no, that's not true. I saw Tanner one day at the gas station, and he came up to me, and he was like, hi, do you remember me? Kind of like a little kid would. And I said, of course, Tanner, I remember you.
So other than that, you haven't had any contact with him in the last 15 years?
Correct, sir.
That's a witness.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is your next witness here?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Come in, good morning. You'll put those down. If you'd raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, just have a seat. Be careful, that chair's kind of county issue, so be careful, okay? Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for lawyers, okay? Don't be nervous. You'll do just fine, okay? All right, Mr. Goble.
You're on the efforts,
Oh,
efforts witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. And will this be your witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
You doing okay?
I'm just very nervous about being here, and I'm just very nervous right now.
Well, I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. As you know, we are not using your real name today, and you've asked to be called Jay. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Jay, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your relationship with Tanner Horner. How do you know Tanner?
I met him back in 2014. I through mutual acquaintance. I'd really like to give the specific details on who, but yeah, we mutual acquaintance, and at that point we became friends.
Well, how long have you known him?
From that point, we were really good. We were close from 2014 all the way up to, I'd say, I think 2017 or 2018.
Now, Jay, you said that you had met Tanner through mutual acquaintances. Was Tanner dating one of those acquaintances?
No, ma'am.
Was Tanner later dating another acquaintance of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
When was it that he was dating that acquaintance of yours?
I'd say 2015 or 16.
While he was dating this acquaintance, would you two get together and hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how often would y'all get together and hang out?
I'm trying to think because the dates are kind of, when I lived in that area, he'd usually come over every other day and on the weekends we stay up all night laughing, watching Spirit Science and other stuff.
What is Spirit Science?
It was a YouTube channel show that he showed me about crystals and energy and all that stuff.
At some point, did Tanner and your acquaintance end their romantic relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
After that, did y'all still continue to hang out?
Not as often. I shortly moved away from that area, and by that point, I started seeing him less and less. And once I started my own, when I got married, we stopped seeing each other at that point.
When after Tanner and your acquaintance broke up, you said that you didn't see him often, but did you still consider him a friend?
At that point, yes. And in fact, I didn't start seeing him again until around 2021. I was going through issues with a relationship, and I had nobody to help me with my son. And so I was working with a security detail at the time, and I would occasionally drop my son off with him and his wife and his son. And so they would watch him while I went to work.
Did that help you out a lot?
Yes, it helped me keep my job.
So over the years, it seems like you spent a lot of time with Tanner. How well would you say you know him?
Years ago, I could say I know him pretty well, but as the time progressed from that point, we went distant. It was in 2022. I moved to another city, and at that point, I stopped talking to him and stopped talking to me, and that was pretty much the end of it. Then I saw in the news about what was going on, and I was still in shock to believe this because this didn't seem like the Tanner I had once known. So I didn't know what to make of it, and I was, I looked at my son and I was like, kind of shocked that I was still processing this because it's not every day that someone you consider your best friend at the time you think that.
Well, Jay, you said that when you saw the news, you were shocked because that wasn't the Tanner that you know. So let's talk about the Tanner that you knew back then. What kind of guy was Tanner when y'all were hanging out like that?
Well, I don't exactly have common sense, but I always thought Tanner as a kind of like a goofball, someone fun to hang out with because he'd show up smoking cigarettes, making jokes, playing Yu-Gi-Oh card game with me, and just laughing and drinking alcohol. So.
Well, what's Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's a card game based off the TV show that came out, I believe, in 1999.
What kind of show was that?
It's an anime kid show. Well, it's an anime show. It was originally targeted for teenagers, but for kids, for America, wound up making it for like 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, and that's kind of what I was growing up on. So it's kind of cool to find someone who can play that card game.
Other than the Yu-Gi-Oh, why do you think y'all got along so well?
Well, since I had graduated high school at the time, it was hard to find other people who shared the same interests I did at that point, and we just hit it off. We had a good time. So.
Y'all had the same similar sense of humor?
Kind of, yeah.
Y'all like the same kind of TV shows?
I wasn't really into the Spirit Science. I just watch it to, like he wanted to say, hey, come watch this. However, he did get me onto a TV show, YouTube channel called Team 4-Star, which is probably the funniest YouTube channel I've watched.
I'm gonna write that one down. I'll have to check that one out. Did y'all have the same taste in music?
Yes.
What kind of music were y'all listening to?
We were listening to rock, metal, heavy metal, screamo, pretty much that.
You mentioned screamo. What is screamo?
It's pretty much when you were screaming the lyrics.
So more screaming, less singing.
It depends on how you want to look at it.
Okay. Through the years that you knew Tanner, did you ever have the opportunity to meet his family?
Yes, I did. I met his grandparents, and I've always liked them. Bill used to tell me out of all the people that Tanner brought over, he respected me the most, and I think it's because I had a grandparent who was in the military at one point, and seeing Bill, I had respect for him, and I know Tanner and him never really got along together, but I've always liked Bill, and he, in fact, before he passed away, he handed me a book to read, and I really wish I could remember the name of it. I'm sure I have it still. And but I was always respectful to him and Jackie was always sweet and nice to me. Anytime I came over, she asked if I wanted anything, or yeah.
Well, it sounds like Bill was tough on Tanner.
Yes, I'd say just the typical amount, like, hey, get your room clean. Hey, don't talk like that. And come on, you need to respect me and Jackie, that kind of deal. I never really seen Bill as like rough. I just seen him as any other person would see a man of that stature.
Well, Jay, did you ever see Bill yelling at Tanner?
Yes, I've seen that multiple times.
When he was yelling at Tanner, what kinds of things was he saying to him?
I don't remember what the conversation was about. I remember, the images in my head of him yelling, but I don't remember what it was about. I remember Tanner would turn around and he would roll his eyes and then would walk to his room or back in the backyard, pick up a cigarette, and he'd start smoking and venting towards me.
Did you ever hear Bill telling him that he was a screw off?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him telling him that he was a piece of trash, just like his mother?
I don't remember the part about the piece of trash part, but I know there was some comparisons to him and his mom. Unfortunately, a lot of that time, I get easily distracted, and when they showed me Doctor Who, when the TV was on, I was, sorry.
It's okay. Do you recall a Tanner just for accidentally breaking something?
Not to my recollection. It probably happened, but I don't remember.
Do you remember telling us a story about a ventilation hood?
No, that wasn't with Bill. That was at the place I was living at, and it belonged to a relative of mine, that ventilation hood.
Oh, okay. Did you meet Tanner's mother, Melissa?
One or two times.
What was she like?
She barely knew I was there. She was mostly cooped up in her room, asleep most of the time. She, like I said, she didn't even know I was really there.
Did you ever see her and Tanner together?
Not really. Most of the time, hey, come over to my room, and I just chill in his room, or I'd sit in the living room, or one of those two.
Did you recall ever saying Melissa or hearing Melissa badmouth him or belittle him or berate Tanner?
Yes.
Well, what was that like?
I remember one time I came over to his house to hang out with him, and we're sitting there in the living room, and I don't remember that you were yelling at, but she was screaming at him or something, and he was upset. He turned around, he called me, he's like, hey, come on. And then he said, I can't stand her, and he said something else. Barely recall. It's been a long time.
Jay, during the time that you knew Tanner, do you know if how often was his mom around?
Not that often. Like I said, the two times I did see her, that was, she had came out of the room. Other than that, she was hardly ever there. I think she might have been incarcerated, or she was out somewhere. I'm not sure.
But you did know that she wasn't in the house?
She was hardly there.
How did that affect Tanner?
Well, I think at that point, he was over it. And he didn't care anymore. I'm sure deep down it bothered him, but at a certain point, I think he just stopped caring.
Jay, I want to go back to this acquaintance that Tanner had been dating. How long did they date? If you know.
I think it was 2 or 3 years.
What was their relationship like?
One of them was very clingy. The other one was constantly hitting his own head because he'd rather hurt himself than hurt her. And she would turn on recognize him a couple of times and by her.
You said that one of them was very clingy. Was that the woman? Would hit his head rather than hurt her.
Yes.
Tell me about that. What
So-
would she do to make him want to hit his own head?
Well, so he would, a lot of times she'd cut him off.
How hard would he hit himself?
Pretty hard. I could hear it. Like, I was like, hey, dude, you all right? There it is. He would try to tell me she's driving me crazy. Whatever, and he would try to tell me she's driving me freaking crazy, and he would be
And despite how many times she antagonized him, did you ever see Tanner become physically aggressive towards this woman?
No.
Instead, would he turn towards himself?
Yes.
Was that common for him to hit himself in the head like that?
Yes.
How often would you see things like that happen?
Things would be fine. If he was coming over to visit with me, he'd be fine and whatnot. But when she'd come over, about maybe after a few minutes, that's when he would start hitting himself.
Could you tell what would trigger these for lack of a better word, these meltdowns?
Just about anything. He might have looked the wrong way. And
At any time during these meltdowns, did you ever see Tanner destroy property?
yes, one of those times, there was a ventilation hood that was on that property I was staying at. It belonged to some relatives of mine. They were using it, and he turned around and took his frustration out on that.
Did you ever? What happened?
We were at Walmart late at night, and we were laughing, joking around, and she was playing, and she got him in the groin, and he was in a lot of pain. He was so mad. He just suggested just take him home, take me home right now. And so I dropped him off, and then my spouse and I continued to go by her.
Now, Jay, did you? You said that you and Tanner had similar taste in music, and that he was a good musician. Was Tanner ever in a band?
Yes, Sacred Sound.
What kind of band was that?
It wasn't quite screamo or hardcore. It was, I'd say, more like punk rock.
Were they good?
I thought so. I liked the band.
Did you go see a lot of their shows?
When they went to Tomcats, I did.
Did you ever see? Oh, you said Tomcats. Was that a knowledge?
No, I think there were 21 and up. I can't remember. I know it was a venue on Altamir.
Did you ever see any young women hanging out with the band?
Well, there's a lot of young women there on that part. Like some of the memories I have of Tomcats and of the band, I barely recall. I have one image where it was Jackie there was trying to sell merch, and there was also one image where I climbed up on their bus. They were showing me out, and that was pretty cool.
During the time that you spent with Tanner and the band and those people, did you ever hear any allegations of sexual abuse against any of these young women?
Judge, I'll object. That calls for hearsay.
Sustain. No, you don't have to answer.
Oh, sorry.
And Your Honor, that does not it's not hearsay because it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted.
The objection is sustained.
Jay, a minute ago, you had talked about Tanner hitting himself in the head and that he would smoke a cigarette or something. Did you ever see Tanner smoke marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
In the environment where Tanner grew up, were there a lot of people around him that did drugs?
Other than his mother, not entirely, no, not that I know of. I mean, his band is, did pot, they did pot,
When you saw Tanner smoking the marijuana, was it, just the two of you, or were you more in a social setting?
It was just the two of us.
Jay, did Tanner ever confide in you about being sexually assaulted himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all object? That's hearsay.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
Did he give you any details without saying what he said? Was he able to give you details?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I'll still object. It's still hearsay.
All right. Hadn't gotten into a conversation. Go ahead.
Was he able to give you any details?
Well,
Judge,
he
that
was
calls
able
for
to, but
speculation. I'll object to that. That calls for speculation on his part.
Sustain this to speculation.
Jay, after that initial conversation where Tanner confided in you about being sexually assaulted, did he ever mention it to you again?
no, ma'am. It was one of the times we were drunk together and it slipped out. And when I asked him about it, he didn't give me any details.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Sir, you hung out with Tanner all too, didn't you?
We didn't hang out like we did. It was first like 2014 and 2015. It wasn't like that. It was ever so often we'd hang out.
Is that right?
It was, no, not entirely. It was those first 2 years of 2014 and 2015 before I messed up my life and then fixed it.
But back during that time, you talked a little bit about marijuana. That wasn't the only drug you and Tanner did together, was it?
No, sir.
And what all drugs did y'all do together?
We did acid and we also did Molly.
Okay. And did you get that Molly from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the acid from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Were you doing acid and Molly before you got it from Tanner?
No, sir.
Talk a little bit about Bill, and that'll be the last one I ask you. You said that you respected Bill, right?
Yes, sir. He was not only was he a veteran, he was a good man.
And that you said something to the fact that he was trying to how to have respect for people around him.
Yes, sir. I'm instilling that into my child.
That's what you're trying.
Read it right.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
May he be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, no.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Just go with the deputy. All right, we're going to take a short break. Okay, call you back in just a little bit.
Is there anything mitigating, but also like on that one day when you help that little old lady carry her groceries across the street, we want to highlight that because we want to give you the whole picture, jury. We want you to understand everything about this person, not just the one horrific thing that they did on that day.
Except for this was a pretty big horrific.
This is beyond her. I mean, I don't even know.
You
You know what I mean?
It's like looking for like words in the vocabulary to describe how bad this is. I have run
We
out
have
of,
run out.
We've run out of adjectives.
And I also don't even know if any of the adjectives we were using really.
Ready.
All right, both sides ready for the jury?
Ready.
Yes, sir.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble, Ms. Anderson? Okay.
Good morning. Good to speak to you again. The purpose of this hearing, I'm going to refer to you as Storm. Is that okay?
You can answer out, yes or no.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes or no. Housekeeping first. Now, you are a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
And you were convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and assault family violence with impeding breathing circulation, correct? And you're also convicted of assault causes bodily injury to family. Correct. Now, how did you meet Tanner?
Living in Lake Worth, just overheard his music one day and went to his house.
So you just walked up and
Knocked on the door with his grandmother and she said, just go on back.
And where did you go?
Just back to the room where the shed where his room was, AC and stuff. And he had a drum set, amps and guitars, and him and Jonathan Harper back there making music.
Were you by yourself?
No, I was with a friend of mine.
And your friends from then on?
Yeah, we eventually just got to know each other, hung out a lot more.
That's how was Tanner serious about his music?
He seemed very serious about music.
Did you ever see him be too hard on himself?
Just not a lot of self-confidence, or always pushing himself, or not noticing that he was as good as he thought he was. Always trying to push himself, I guess.
Did he play more than one instrument?
He played just about any instrument he could get his hands on.
What about drums? Was that his best?
I would think so.
Was he a pretty good drummer?
Yes.
Did he ever teach you to play any of the instruments?
That is to the best of his abilities. Tried to teach me to play guitar.
What about singing?
He encouraged me to open up and sing more.
Was that good for you?
Was
Tanner in a band when you met him?
I believe so.
Or did he join one at some time?
Yes.
What was the name of that band?
The first one I'm not sure of, but Sacred Sound.
And did you ever hang out with that band or work for them or anything?
On occasion, I did a roadie for them, helped with equipment for one of their shows in Dallas.
What was that like?
That was an experience. It was
Do you know why he left that band?
I thought it would be just problems with the other members.
So what did you and Tanner do when you weren't playing music?
Hung out a lot, walked down to the little beach area. His neighbor had a boat he let us take out anytime. Watched a lot of movies, animes, cartoons, really just hung out.
For people that don't know, what are anime?
Just adult cartoons.
Not American usually?
Hmm?
Are they American usually, or?
There's several American ones, but they're mostly Japanese or foreign. Illustration and
Of emotion sometimes?
yes, sir, it does.
Hard to miss what the character's thinking.
Yes, sir.
What about video games? Did you all ever play video games?
Absolutely.
A lot, or a little?
Quite a bit. Me more so, I believe.
Did you or Tanner or both of you ever use drugs when you were hanging out?
I smoked marijuana. And yeah, he did as well.
Okay.
And there was a time where he had a job at Walmart. So he used K2 substitute. And I believe that was just because they drug tested.
Was K2 legal at that time?
It was.
Now, I want to ask you about Tanner, how he what you observed, basically. How did Tanner handle a new or difficult situation?
Not as rationally as the next person, or just not greatest at problem solving.
Did you ever know him to get flustered?
Yes.
Can you tell me, give me some examples?
Just while he's drumming, if he's working on a new song and he knows that he missed something, I can notice that he gets flustered while he's drumming. He'll yell or he'll try to hit himself off beat or something.
Were you with him when a vehicle broke down one time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I'm not sure what the vehicle was. It was a van when they had back seats that reclined into couches and such. Additionally, I would have just pulled over and dealt with the problem, but it seemed to escalate in his mind much further than it needed to. And
So what ended up happening? Getting pulled over to the side of the road?
I think he stopped on the middle of the bridge. Yeah, on the crossover.
When he did something irrational about that?
Did something rational?
Irrational.
Irrational?
Yeah. Got flustered.
I guess there's an incident where his grandfather had walked in, and instead of just putting it aside, he threw it clear across the room and gave it away. Like it wasn't very, like the processing wasn't there. I don't know.
What about conflict? How did Tanner handle conflict?
Conflict, I've never seen him run towards it, or he doesn't chase conflict. I've never seen him get in an altercation with anybody.
Do you have any examples of when he avoided getting into an altercation with people or with you?
There's a situation where I had stolen his phone, and instead of being mad about it, he'd let it go. Conflict. Aaron, one of our friends, I'm sure Aaron's kind of a bully. I don't know. And instead of standing up to him, and he would never push conflict or try to fight against him or fight back.
So what about like social cues and social settings? Did Tanner ever struggle with those?
I believe he did.
In what way?
Not being able to read the room when, say, someone was uncomfortable with the music he was playing, or the level of the music, how loud it was, or such like that, or continue or dragging on conversations that have reached their end.
Did Tanner ever let you stay with him? Did Tanner ever let you stay with him?
He did.
And what happened? Why?
There was a time in my life where I could no longer figure out where to stay next. He just offered me to stay there for a short period of time against his grandmother and grandfather's better judgment.
And you talked about his grandmother was the first member of the family you met. What was she like? Or what is she like?
An angel. Very loving person.
You think really highly of her?
I did.
Tell us about him.
Same way. Just very nice, open person.
What about his mother?
Not so much. I've met her occasionally, but I did not personally know her.
So was there an issue there that you two kind of had in common?
No.
Or maybe you being able to be someone you could confide in?
You could confide in me about that, yes.
What, did you ever have a chance to meet Tanner's father?
I believe I did once.
Okay. When was that?
At a Halloween party
Uh-huh.
that his father threw, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
But that was your only time being around him?
Correct.
And Tanner's brother, is that just a typical relationship or something else?
Brother?
Yes.
Yes, just typical younger brother, older brother relationship.
So the two of you hang out with him much or not?
No,
No, it's not.
that's wrong.
No,
Do you remember Tanner ever having a girlfriend?
yes, sir.
Anything particular about that or was it just normal?
It seems fairly normal.
Now, was there a time when you and Tanner kind of grew apart or weren't hanging out?
Just grew apart, but separate lives.
And did you have a chance to reconnect with him?
When I was running the Jimmy John's store, he came in to, I guess, to get a sandwich. He didn't know I was working there. That's when, that was the last time I saw him.
Did he get flustered that day?
No, he seemed fine. Incident. He got flustered. I guess he's watching his weight. He's trying to get healthy. So when he came in, he ordered a sandwich and he used an app to calculate his calories. And I guess he mistaken and forgot to remove the mayonnaise, and it sent his calorie count way high. And he just got really flustered. And instead of breaking it down and checking his app,
Is that something visual when you say you got flustered?
yes, visually flustered.
What does that look like?
Shaking back and forth, rocking back and forth, not sitting still, just seemed anxious.
And you recognize that from
Yes, I recognize that as Tanner. That's kind of how he was.
So that was kind of typical that you could get flustered over something as small as the calorie count.
Yes, sir.
Now, when Tanner was arrested on this charge, did you have a chance to send letters to him?
I did.
Did you call him or he called you?
He did contact me.
Did you all ever discuss this case?
No.
And was there a reason for that?
There was not. When I first learned of this case, I was under the impression of the story that he released that he hit her, and I believed the story.
Did he ever tell you that he wasn't supposed to talk about his case, or did you tell him he wasn't supposed to? Or
I've been through the court systems before. I understand that you should not and should be talking about it, and he did also emphasize that he won't give out any details.
Did Tanner ever show you a picture of his son?
I believe he did, yes.
How did he seem about that? Did he seem like a proud dad, or what?
Seemed like a very proud father.
Now, going back to his charges a little bit, you understand he's charged with kidnapping and murder of Athena Strand.
I do.
And you know that he's entered a guilty plea.
I do.
And this is the punishment stage of the trial.
I do.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Gonna pass it.
Cross-examination.
Would you, Ronnie? Thank you. Sir, in talking to this, apparently, according to you, Mayo or lack thereof set him off.
Correct.
Y'all grew apart, and I'm not going to ask you details. Do you have a family now?
Correct.
You have kids?
I do.
I'm not going to ask you names or anything like that, but you do.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Seems like you have a pretty good assessment of his grandmother and grandfather.
I do.
Would it be right to say that they provided for him?
Yes, it would be.
Would it be right to say that they helped him out even in his older years when he was, say, over 20, even 30 years old?
I would not know that.
Well, during the time that you were around them, were they helping him out
Correct.
financially?
Yes.
Food?
Yes.
Gave him a place to live?
Yes.
Now, kind of sounds like you guys might have partied together a little bit. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And y'all didn't just smoke marijuana, right?
Correct.
Y'all drank?
Yes, sir.
What other substances were y'all doing together?
K2.
Okay. No acid?
No, sir.
No. Tanner doesn't, he doesn't do acid?
Not that I'm aware of.
He doesn't do other controlled substances like Molly, MDMA, ecstasy, anything like
Not
that?
that I'm aware of.
So you know the original story of that Tanner told everybody about what he did. You know that's a lie, right?
Yes, it is.
You know that he kidnapped her now. You know that now.
He's being plead guilty for it, yes.
Right. And you know that he murdered her after he kidnapped her.
Yes.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know.
I was unaware.
You got kids? I mean, how's that make you feel?
Not good, sir.
That's what he said.
Now, just to clarify, when we talked about the Mayo and what him looking flustered looked like, was that him being violent? Were you seeing movements? What were you saying there?
No, sir, not violent, just irrational, not irrational, just anxious, just.
So not the way you would expect a normal person to process that.
Yes.
That's what it's showing.
Mr. Stanton,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna have to send you back to your jury room because I've got some legal stuff that I've got to work through. It's probably gonna be till after lunch, so bear with me, okay? See you in a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he just got here to the building, so we'll bring him up.
Oh, perfect. All right. We'll be in recess, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, and it was,
What do you think of that witness?
I have to, they don't have anything to work with. See witnesses like this, and the past couple of witnesses that we have heard from today, that, it indicates that they are truly like
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
and they don't have a choice right now. Could that cut both ways? Like he didn't have, I mean, he has nobody. Like, is that sad? Does that add to like how much his life sucked? I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But I really was trying to figure out exactly what this person brought us. Maybe it was, he owned that he was a convicted felon. He's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, impeding family violence, assault family violence. He met him when they were living in Lake Worth.
Right.
He said that he heard his music one day, liked it, and just walked straight up to his door and knocked on the door. His grandmother said, go right in or go around to the back or
Right.
whatever. He talked about, the fact that he had, he observed personally that
Right.
Tanner struggled with like social interactions and reading the room and, all of that kind of thing, which I think is maybe,
But again, that doesn't lead you to be a murderer.
well, I mean, you're right.
I mean, sometimes I don't read the room real well. I mean, I'm not going to go out and
Murder.
do something horrific.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
But you're so right. And
I sit here and
is getting you there. I mean, and you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying that it's, you are, maybe like most people
I
are
feel like I'm a
waiting,
common person on this one.
waiting to hear something that you say to
anything.
yourself, okay.
And part of the reason I had Terry, and I told this on the live stream, and part of the reason I had Terry on so much was because of Terry's background.
Mhm.
I mean, Terry has represented people who are truly psychotic.
Right.
People, I mean, that is her specialty.
Right.
And so that was part of my thought process and having her on for day one and having her, go over to the courthouse with Rebecca was, this is someone who specializes in this, right?
Absolutely.
And she ain't seeing it.
I mean, and the thing is, like, I certainly, like Terry, like many other attorneys, have represented people that have committed horrendous crimes, but for example, they were insane at the time. So they did something terrible. Maybe it's even caught on video. Completely out of their minds, right? And so you can, like, that would be a thing.
You're right.
Where
And-
you would say, oh, we didn't listen to Jingle Bell after year old. Just, I everybody just hear
can't remember his name when you get it was a horrific case. So the guy initially had he was a football player, he's a college football player.
Okay. Was it a sexual assault case?
No, he
Oh.
he ends up he initially, remember, he like goes amiss or something, and then he's got some psychological issues. I think
Is it a guy? Was he at
and then
TCU?
but then remember I don't think it was TCU, but remember he ends up attacking
Yes.
and killing the
had also committed, or allegedly, let me say it allegedly, because I don't
trying-
recall the outcome of this, had gone to South Padre Island like days, weeks, months before, and assaulted a woman there.
Yes.
And then he comes
Here it
back
is.
here.
He's a former Texas A&M
A&M.
A football star.
Right.
He killed a White Rock Lake jogger.
Yes.
And somebody I knew actually represented him at the time. Jennifer Bolito was
Yes.
was
a judge now.
was in private practice. He's a
Mhm.
judge now and
Mhm.
represented him, and he was like a Skyline High School standout.
Yes.
And it was break. I mean, he truly had psychiatric problems,
Right,
right? And so you
right.
could, and then he commits this horrific crime and kills this woman on this
on White Rock Lake
yeah
trail. Like, you know what I mean? Jogging.
Yeah, he's diagnosed schizophrenic. He wasn't. I'm
Schizophrenic.
reading this. I'm reading from my own story. I'm reading my own story. Family and friends have previously told News 8 that Johnson, a diagnosed schizophrenic, wasn't in his right mind when he killed jogger Dave Stevens Johnson. And he. Okay, so I was thinking he killed,
I thought it was a woman.
I thought it was a woman too. Hold on, but
Well, to
apparently,
be fair, that could be.
but I think he. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at my own story. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was a woman, but it wasn't a woman.
Oh, I thought it was a woman too. I remember
Hold
maybe
on,
there were
I'm trying-
two stories like that because there was another guy.
But my point is like this guy was truly psychotic, right?
Mhm.
I can understand that,
Okay,
but I'm not hearing anything like that in this case.
It's really interesting. So obviously, like in that particular case, diagnosed schizophrenic, all of us have in our minds kind of what somebody who suffers from schizophrenia acts like, behaves like, does, thinks, whether we're right or wrong, we all kind of have a picture. And I think that the difference is with autism spectrum disorder, because it's a spectrum, you have such high functioning people, right? Nonverbal and things like that. And so, you don't have just like that clear picture where you say, okay, like I can understand why this may be mitigating because we all have an idea of what that looks like. But when we're talking about a spectrum of people, some of whom appear to be just like us, they, have, sort of, they hold down jobs, they have apartments, they have children, they have wives, they have all of the things. Now, granted, some people that suffer from schizophrenia also have all of that. It's harder to offer that as some point of mitigation, right? It's harder to accept that as some
right,
point
and
of
we're not
mitigation.
dealing with a diagnosed schizophrenic here. I mean, Thomas
We're
Johnson
not.
had a legitimate
Diagnosis.
and for some reason in my memory, the jogger was a female.
Mine
and it
too,
wasn't.
though.
It was a male, and this is what happens. This is why we can't trust memory.
Mhm.
So I had to look back at my own story. I mean, it was a terrible case, and so I had tremendous sympathy for the family of, and also tremendous sympathy for Thomas Johnson. And I remember I interviewed.
Did you feel like the system failed him?
I don't know if this, I don't. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
okay.
I don't. I'm going back in my memory banks here, and I remember I interviewed. Did I interview one of his parents?
Maybe.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
I'm looking at my own stories. His father, Robert Johnson, has previously told News 8 that his behavior became increasingly erratic in the months before the killing. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia in 2014, but refused to take his medications. That often happens with schizophrenics. And then, and here was the terrible part. The jogger's wife later killed herself. She killed herself about 2 weeks after the murder. This was a
devastating,
terrible case.
Right.
I mean, when I think about terrible cases,
Lives
it was just
destroyed.
horrible. And then is when I think about cases where there's something mitigating, and Thomas Johnson didn't face it. And I'd have to ultimately and see what at a time and
the sort of backdrop of your experience. And I mean, again, I find it interesting that now I wonder if things would have been different or you would have felt different had there been video of him killing that person.
That's true. But
whether or not he was facing the death penalty and therefore you learned things like he had a job. I mean, even though he was acting erratically, he had a job and he had kids. Like, I don't know if that would have changed your level of
it's
sympathy.
reminding me it was a machete. Oh my God.
Oh, what can you imagine? Okay, machete.
All right, let's bring Rebecca Lopez back in. Rebecca, talk to us about what's going on right now.
Well, Tanya, very interesting. The judge cleared the courtroom and turned off the camera in the overflow room, which means we can't see, and is having some sort of sealed hearing where no one is allowed inside the courtroom. It is an expert witness. I saw her in the hallway. It is a woman. I don't know who she is, and I guess the judge will let us know. I've never quite seen this happen, and maybe our legal expert can weigh in on why the judge would clear the courtroom and hold a closed hearing on an expert witness. Earlier on the bench, he said it had to do with some legal matters. So
Can you have a closed hearing? Yes.
What's happening?
So you can have a closed hearing under certain circumstances based on, it usually has to do with like child witness, like child victims, child sexual assault, child porn, usually has to do with children. When you can completely shut a courtroom down. Been some issue in the past where people are listening to those hearings and we're not supposed to. Interesting that the judge cleared the courtroom.
Right, so Rebecca can't even be in there.
And all you saw was the person that you recognized as the witness. Had you seen that person testify during the defense expert 3-day voir dire hearings?
But there was witnesses. And I don't believe it's one of the ones that we heard during the voir dire process. And it's to be determined. He told the jury that he would probably see them after lunch, that this was going to take a while, this hearing. Which I guess he will let us know. But this judge has been very open and has been, allowing us to communicate with him. But everybody else is, closed off. But he's as far as a gag order, no one else is allowed to talk. But the judge has just given us basic information like how many witnesses are going to testify, that sort of thing, just so that we know the order of the court. But it doesn't give us any details about any of the witnesses, obviously. So we don't know who this person is. All I know is it's a female and it's some sort of expert. And he felt tip enough that he cleared the courtroom of family, reporters, everyone except for the attorneys, and turned off the camera to the overflow. Hear what is happening. So I'm assuming it has to do with something sensitive, some sort of like our expert was saying, some sort of dealing with child,
Right.
I don't know, sexual assault or something. I don't know. It's very interesting, but it's a legal matter.
Well, and Rebecca, Jason has a question, and I thought you answered it. You said they cleared the family out of the courtroom too. Everybody.
Yes, the family is not there in the hallway as well. It is
Wow.
a sealed hearing, I believe.
Wow.
That I mean, it's really unusual unless it is something highly sensitive, that involves some sort of sexual allegation regarding a child. If it's an expert witness, I'm thinking I would wonder sort of, I don't know, and maybe it has to do with there's some portion of her testimony that maybe the defense really wants to go into that has to do with allegations of sexual abuse of a child, and maybe the court is making a determination as to whether or not that portion of her testimony is relevant, to where we are now, and sort of hearing it all the way out to make a
Right.
decision about the relevance of that, and then ultimately he'll decide whether that portion she can testify to. It doesn't necessarily mean her entire testimony, but then the part that's difficult about that is that Rebecca doesn't remember her being one of the expert witnesses that testified during the defense's voir dire of their experts over those couple of days before the opening of their case. So this is very interesting. Sort of in this trial, we've had a couple of really unexpected things have happened.
Yeah, it's because
I kind of feel like this is a witness.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, Tanya, I kind of feel like this is a witness that came out of nowhere. I don't know about out of nowhere, but I don't think this is a witness that they anticipated initially. I'm not sure, but she wasn't, I don't part of the initial process, and the judge, holding this hearing, which there have been multiple hearings leading up to this on the ex. So I don't know if this is a witness now, but the defense feels compelled to bring forward that is someone that, and the judge again told the jury it has to do with some sort of legal matters. And so I don't know if the prosecution then is protesting this witness being introduced and what this particular witness is going to testify to. We do know that we've never heard from the person that actually diagnosed Tanner Horner with on the autism spectrum disorder, but I don't know that would call for a sealed hearing. I doubt that, obviously. So it's a little very interesting development here.
While we're speculating, I mean,
while we're just spitballing,
we had the guy earlier, Jay, and remember he was asked if about Tanner Horner being sexually assaulted. I just remembered that in my mind that, he didn't seem to know much about that.
Mm-hmm.
But part of me wonders, is there something coming about Horner experiencing some sexual abuse as a child or something?
And maybe, but again, I would say with, sort of agree with Rebecca that it would be unusual for that person to require a closed hearing if that's what they were going to testify about, that they did some investigation. They interviewed him. They determined that he was. I don't know that requires a closed hearing, like where everybody has to be cleared out of the courtroom. Like I can appreciate that it would be a hearing outside the presence of the jury, but this feels different. And this, again, you see that usually when it has to do with children. Picture, you know what I mean? So
Right.
It would be weird if it was about Tanner Horner.
Well, because I'm racking my brain trying to remember the last time we had a sealed hearing, and it's been a while. I mean, it's not that they never happen, but I just off the top of my head, it's very unusual.
It is.
So of course, it's also unusual for a defendant to plead guilty from the very outside of this trial. So there's been a lot of unusual things that I was not expecting in this trial.
Yeah. I don't know. That's very odd. Even the family, asking the family to step out, that seems just very odd.
Because they're normally allowed into everything, right, Rebecca?
Yeah, they've been in everything. And Tanya, I was thinking back as well. I just don't recall a hearing where that was not open because there's very few circumstances in the state of Texas where you can close a courtroom, and it always has to deal with some sort of child sex abuse. I believe we're dealing, with something with a minor, because typically you are not allowed, the judges are not allowed legally to close a courtroom to observers, unless it is having to deal with a very sensitive matter like child sex abuse, and then you can seal the courtroom. But there's very few circumstances in Texas where you can close a courtroom to a hearing.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure the judge, I mean, knowing Judge Gallagher, you and I know him, and we, have dealt with him on prior cases. Knowing him, he has a good reason why he would allow it. And he is, he's friendly to obviously having cameras. So there is a good reason. We just don't know what it is.
Right.
It'd be nice to know.
It would be nice to know.
Absolutely. Yeah, he has been he's very open to the media, Tanya. He's open to allowing cameras and being very important. So the judge was very reason that he wanted to hold this hearing outside the presence of the jury and any observers in the courtroom.
Rebecca, what do you think about that last witness, the friend?
I thought that they were stretching, honestly. It felt like they were trying to get somebody to say something good about him, because I was like, what is the point of this witness who, again, smoked dope with him and listened to music? And it was bizarre because he just shows up at Tanner Horner's house and knocks on his grandma's door. I mean, it's kind of bizarre, because I really didn't see the point. And then when he's talking about that he flipped out over mayonnaise, okay, well, if you were trying to prove that this person is going to be not a future threat or a future danger in prison, if you put him in general population and he's flipping out over mayonnaise not that long ago, I can only imagine what he's going to flip out about in prison. Is what I would, if I was the prosecution, that's what I would be thinking. I mean, if he's flipped mayonnaise, what kind of person gets all flustered like that and angry over something like that? And in a general population, there's going to be a lot of bullying, especially for someone that killed a 7-year-old girl and probably sexually assault her. That is very difficult for those types of people in prison. So why you want to me, it's counter to what the defense is trying to do and keep him off death row and in the general population.
Well, and so I'm so glad that you brought that up, Rebecca, because Tommy and I both couldn't figure out what was being said.
We thought they said mayo, and we're like, mayo?
What? So he just gave a story about how he got mad about mayonnaise?
That was, because we kept talking to each other going, did we just hear that right? And then it was very hard. We struggled with that one. A lot of the witnesses that we've seen over the last 4.5 days or so of the defense's case have not felt helpful. Like, I have yet to hear one witness where I go, oh, I can see, I just have actually seen they helped the
even his
prosecution.
mom.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, even his mother, who says, I didn't, I was afraid that he was going to hurt his own son. I believe that was, doesn't feel like any of the people that they've brought forward to try to say something good about Tanner Horner. He flips out, feels like the prosecution has flipped that on the defense. Because to me, that guy did not help Tanner Horner.
I couldn't figure out during and they use K2. Now K2 is, Brady, and I don't make it crazy. So I don't know if maybe it was just that he was, this is sort of just more of the drug use, the drinking, you know what I mean? And he won't have access to, if that's what's making him act like this, then he won't have access to that kind of stuff in prison. And but beyond that, I mean, he laid a little bit of a foundation as it relates to the relationship that Tanner Horner had with his grandparents and that they were very supportive of him, right?
Which we've heard from other witnesses.
And is that super helpful to the defense? I'm not.
Right, because if the idea is he had such a horrible childhood, what we've actually heard is, yes, he had a father who was in prison and largely absent, a mother who was a drug addict and in and out of his life, but he seemed to have had grandparents who were a stabilizing influence.
Right.
And then the testimony we heard yesterday, we heard from this the school social, I forget what her title was.
You said, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh, we're recessed.
Can you see they were?
Yes, they were saying that.
Go ahead.
yeah, recess until 1 o'clock, and then they're going to allow the cameras back in. But I still believe that that hearing is going on.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Well,
That's unusual.
it is super unusual. Rebecca, anything else you want to add? So we'll all just take a break at lunch.
Spectrum disorder, but I don't know that that would call for a sealed hearing. I doubt that, obviously. So it's a little very interesting development.
You know, while we're speculating, I mean, while
While we're just spitballing.
you know, we had the guy earlier, Jay, and remember he was asked if about Tanner Horner being sexually assaulted. I just remembered that in my mind that, you know, he didn't seem to know much about that, but part of me wonders, is there something coming about Horner experiencing some sexual abuse as a child or something?
And maybe, but again, I would say with, you know, sort of agree with Rebecca that it would be unusual for that person to require a closed hearing if that's what they were going to testify about, that they did some investigation, they interviewed him, they determined that he was the victim of sexual abuse as a child at the hands of X person. I don't know that requires a closed hearing, like where everybody has to be cleared out of the courtroom. Like I can appreciate that it would be a hearing outside the presence of the jury, but this feels different. And this, you know, again, you see that usually when it has to do with children and maybe sexual abuse allegations picture. You know what I mean? So it would be weird if it was about Tanner Horner.
Well, because I'm racking my brain trying to remember the last time we had a sealed hearing, and it's been a while. I mean, from the very outside of this trial. So there's been a lot of unusual things that I was not expecting.
It's very odd. Even the family, asking the family to step out. That seems just very odd.
Because they're normally allowed into everything, right, Rebecca?
Yeah, they've been in everything. And Tanya, I was thinking back as well. I just don't recall a hearing where that was not open. Because there's very few circumstances in the state of Texas where you can close a courtroom, and it always has to deal with some sort of child sex abuse. I believe we're dealing, with something with a minor, because typically you are not allowed. The judges are not allowed legally. It is having to deal with a very sensitive matter like child sex abuse, and then you can seal the courtroom. But there's very few circumstances in Texas where you can close a courtroom to a hearing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure the judge. I mean, knowing Judge Gallagher, you and I know him, and we, have dealt with him on prior cases. Knowing him, he has a good reason why he would allow it. So there is a good reason. We just don't know what it is.
Right.
It'd be nice to know.
It would be nice to know.
Absolutely. Yeah, he has been very he's very open to the media, Tanya. He's open to allowing cameras and being very transparent because he feels that it's important for people to hear what is happening in this case. So yes, the judge must have obviously a very good reason that he wanted to hold this hearing outside the presence of the jury and any of the observers in the courtroom.
Rebecca, what do you think about that last witness, the friend?
I thought that they were stretching, honestly. It felt like they were trying to get somebody to say something good about him, because I was like, what is the point of this witness who, again, smoked dope with him and listened to music? And it was bizarre because he just shows up at Tanner Horner's house and knocks on his grandma's door. I mean, it's kind of stalkery sounding, honestly, and then just goes in and becomes friends with him, and they start jamming and listening to music. It was bizarre because I really didn't see the point. And then when he's talking about that he flipped out over mayonnaise. Okay, well, if you were trying to prove that this person is going to be not a future threat or a future danger in prison, if you put him in general population and he's flipping out over mayonnaise not that long ago, I can only imagine what he's going to flip out about in prison. Is what I would, if I was the prosecution, that's what I would be thinking. I mean, if he's flipped mayonnaise, what kind of person gets all flustered like that and angry over something like that? And in a general population, there's going to be a lot of bullying, especially for someone that killed a 7-year-old girl and tried to sexually assault her. That I would want to me, it's counter to what the defense is trying to do. And keep him off death row and in the general population.
Well, and so I'm
what were you? Because we kept talking to each other, going, "Did we just hear that right?" And then it was very hard. We struggled with that one. It didn't. A lot of the witnesses that we've seen over the last 4.5 days or so of the defense, there's no. Yeah. I mean, some of the witnesses have actually seemed like held the
even his mom.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, even his mother, who says, I didn't, I was afraid that he was going to hurt his own son. I believe that was the mom that testified, about that. That's why, he asked me to come get this. I mean, so it doesn't feel like any of the people that they've brought forward to try to say something good about Tanner Horner, or that he flips out easily. It feels like the prosecution has flipped that on the defense, because to me, that guy did not help Tanner Horner.
I couldn't figure out what he was adding, quite frankly. But the only thing that stood out for me is that he said during cross that he and Tanner Horner partied with each other. They drank, they used marijuana, and they used K2. Now K2 is a pretty, and I don't make it crazy. So I don't know if maybe it was just access to, if that's what's making him act like this, then he won't have access to that kind of stuff in the in prison. And but beyond that,
who were a stabilizing influence,
right?
And then And then the testimony we heard yesterday, we heard from this, the school.
Say stand by.
Okay, stand by. We'll see what's going on,
You
folks.
said, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh, we're recessed.
Okay, you
for
see they've
lunch.
recessed for
Okay,
lunch,
great, thank
folks. You see they've recessed for
Okay,
lunch,
great, thank
folks. Can you hear it? I don't know if y'all heard that, but we're recessed for lunch.
Yes,
Uh,
they were saying that.
Go ahead. Well,
That's unusual.
it is super unusual. Rebecca, anything else you want to add? So we'll all just take a break for lunch ourselves. Then anything else that you want to put out there?
No, that's all I've been able to learn so far. If I hear anything before lunch and we come back on about what this hearing was about, because I mean, the judge again has been very transparent. He's been very open to allowing us to observe everything in the courtroom, a reason for why he did this.
Okay, and we think they're coming back from lunch at 1 o'clock. Then is that what we're understanding?
1 o'clock.
Okay, all right. We'll come back
Yes.
about 12:45 then, and then if Rebecca, if you feel like hopping on, great. If you have something new, we'd love to see you. Otherwise, we'll see you later this afternoon. All right, folks, Rebecca, well, all three of us are going to go take a break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined by Bree West. We're expecting any moment to be joined by Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who is up at the courthouse. We've been watching this trial. Of course, we're now in day 5 of the defense side and just seeing where this is going and hearing from a lot of people that knew Tanner Horner. Many of them knew him, Bree, knew him years ago.
And again, what do you think about that? Like, where's the person from right before this happened? And I guess you could say that it was that friend that testified about, I let my son be babysat.
Right. Oh, yeah, that was the closest in time.
I think that was the closest in time. But even then, he was like, but I distanced myself like a whole year.
Right, exactly.
And so even then, it was, I don't have anybody. I mean, and
it's an odd stuff. And actually, we have Rebecca.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right, Rebecca. You are our eyes and ears at that courthouse. What can you tell us?
Okay, so Tanya, I believe that this hearing that the judge had in secret is because it does not have to do with an expert witness like I initially thought. I think that it became so close together. The witness arrived and then they were having this closed door hearing. But I believe that the witness is going to testify as an expert witness, that she will come on, she'll be full face and identified. I believe that we are going to hear, or the judge is trying to determine if we're going to hear from a surprise witness, someone that we don't necessarily know about. And I do believe it's going to have to deal with some sort of juvenile issues, perhaps a sexual assault. And as we were talking about before the break, there are very few reasons that a judge in Texas can close a courtroom for a hearing and to seal it. And it typically has to do with either the witness being in danger or fear for the witness, or juveniles. And so I don't know if this is, who the witness is, and we're not going to speculate about that, but I do believe that the judge is trying to determine if this witness is going to be allowed to testify. The judge has not told us anything, has not told the courtroom anything. I guess we'll find out a little bit later, but that would make more sense as to why he would close the courtroom and seal a hearing. It most likely has to do with some sort of juvenile sex assault victim.
And we believe this is a prosecution witness, like a rebuttal witness. Is that our understanding?
I'm beginning to think I'm beginning to believe that would be the case. I don't know why you would bring anyone else up here for the defense. That would not be someone that I would want to hear from. So perhaps the prosecutors have learned or recently learned about a witness that they want to bring forth. And so the judge is having a closed door hearing and sealed. That it's not just that they're having the hearing and it's, oh, here's the judge. Hold on a sec. Okay, no. Okay, no. So the judge is just giving a rundown right now, Tanya, about, you can see the judge is basically just giving a rundown on the schedule, on who is going to be testifying. So we'll hear this witness today. We'll hear some witnesses tomorrow. We will not be hearing any witnesses on Friday. So it's basically just some housekeeping. But again, as I was saying, very few reasons that a judge closes hearings in Texas, and one would be if they are trying to determine whether or not someone that may have been sexually assaulted as a child, or something very sensitive like child sex abuse would be discussed in open court, and then the judge can in fact close that hearing. And so the judge will determine whether or not this witness will be allowed to go forward and testify.
So go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's really interesting that we believe that this witness may be on the part of the prosecution. Because you remember, Tanya, you and I were talking about, if that's the case, why have this break right now? Like, why do this right now? You have Friday as an open day where you're not going to have any testimony. But the other part of that is, remember, the prosecution has to disclose their witness list. Like, we can't have surprise witnesses necessarily. Now, obviously, rebuttal is a little bit different because they can't necessarily say in advance who they're going to bring for rebuttal because they don't know what they're going to need to rebut.
Right.
But, sort of breaking in the middle of the defense case to try to say, oh, we learned this information. We want to potentially have a witness come. Let's have a hearing outside of the presence of the jury, outside of the presence of the public, and sealed. I mean, that's really, this is like one of those things, again, that's like so dramatic as it relates to this trial. That's just completely unexpected. So it's really interesting to me, that maybe the judge right now is trying to figure out, apart from whatever that this person might testify about, am I even going to allow them with this short notice, with the defense not being able to investigate whatever it is that they're alleging without, because they have a right to do that too, to say, well, what records and what this and where was the police report? And I mean, and if they don't have the time to do that, it's highly prejudicial for the court to let it in. So it's really interesting to kind of see ultimately who this might be and what the court decides.
And we don't have any sense yet if the judge is going to allow this in for sure at this point.
No, he's not indicated, and right before he sent the jury out for lunch, he said that whatever it was that they were dealing with had something to do with legal issues. And so that would make sense if there is a witness that the prosecution may want to bring forward in rebuttal that what's the legality and what does the law say about allowing somebody to come forward, and if it is so prejudicial to the defense. I could see why the defense definitely wouldn't want to let that witness testify and not allow the judge to allow that witness to testify. Well, but I could also see the prosecution saying that if they just learned about a rebuttal witness that might help them prove that Tanner Horner is a future danger, then will the judge allow them to let that witness testify? But again, because it's sealed, we're not going to know anything unless the judge tells us in open court what happened.
Wow.
It's really interesting.
Wow. One thing about covering these trials like this, Rebecca, is it seems like with every case, we always see something that has that's really unusual, right? I mean, and then we're seeing that play out in this case, just
more than once.
Yeah, more than once.
I mean, you walk into a death penalty case ready to try it, and the defendant stands up and says, "Okay, listen, I want to plead guilty."
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
That doesn't happen. I mean, normally most of us would have kind of sort of in the know would have heard about that. It wouldn't have been super unexpected, but it was. And so now here we are again, this dramatic pause in the middle of the defense's case saying there's this mystery witness potentially that needs to have this closed here. I mean, it's unusual. And
oh yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. And I would suspect that the prosecutors may not have known about it. Now, this is what I was thinking about Brady and Michael Morton is It would be, if it was exculpatory in nature, they would have had to tell the defense before trial. But this wouldn't necessarily be exculpatory because it's not helping the defense, but they would still be compelled. They had a witness that they knew about that they were going to bring forward, prior. But it feels like they would have put that in their case and not in rebuttal. So I don't know how Michael Morton and Brady fit in.
Well, it could also be that we've had a witness come forward during this trial, Rebecca. Someone, I mean, who knows? It could be someone out there as a family member or something who's been maybe watching the live streams or something. I mean, we don't know. I mean, obviously we're spitballing here, but this could be something that came out during the defense's case that has made this relevant.
I mean, right, just along those lines, some witness on the defense side said something, sort of prosecutor ears perked up. They said to their investigator, "Hey, go run this down. Go see whether or not you can." And but for that witness making that statement, they never would have known about it. And now they do. And so legitimately there would be no, Brady or Michael Morton or whatever, right? Because they legitimately only know about it because of something that occurred in the defense case, and there's no other way. Because the truth of the matter is, it's 3 years. They've been investigating this case. They've been preparing this trial. It's been a death penalty case since essentially the beginning. They have overturned every single rock in Tanner Horner's life, from the beginning of time. You know what I mean? From preconception. They know where his mom, what strip club his mom worked at, and they've gone back there to talk to people. That's how much they have done. So if it's something that they truly didn't know anything about, then it may be that some defense witness said one line and they said, "Okay, go figure this out. Go see if this is something." And so you never know. That could be a thing. But if that's the case, then no Michael Morton and no Brady.
Right. Interesting. I don't know.
And
go ahead.
Do you think that maybe the prosecution, Tanya, do you think that maybe the prosecution was also waiting for a door to be open? Because we've heard witness after witness now, and a witness today say, "I took my son over to Tanner Horner's to be so that he could babysit him, and everything was great." But if you've got a witness that says otherwise, then maybe you could use that in rebuttal with the prosecutors, because the defense is trying to paint Tanner Horner as being great with other kids. He babysat this guy's kid, and and I let my children around him. But if they have somebody saying otherwise, then that would be very damning to the defense.
That could be. I mean, obviously, maybe it was a sort of, defense inadvertently opened the door, and now here we are. Prosecution is ready to walk right through. Again, I'm thrown off by it being totally closed, totally sealed. That's the part that's not adding up to me.
Well, exactly. And I, for some reason, and again, I might be just keying in on something. Again, that guy that brought up the whole thing about Tanner Horner supposedly being sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
Remember Jay this morning?
Yes.
Just for me, my ears perked up, and I don't know why. I'm not saying it's related, but it just felt like I don't know. Could be totally unrelated, but I thought it struck me as very interesting.
And that was a question on cross, Tanya.
But
you're right.
I thought
it was
a question on cross.
That's interesting. They were headed somewhere with that.
Well, and if you have Tanner Horner saying that he was sexually assaulted, and they're going to hear from a witness along those lines, I don't think that the judge would have sealed the record and that hearing. I have to believe that this has to do with some sort of juvenile victim of some sort, only because it's not unheard of for a judge to not have the hearing held in front of the jury. It is really different and very unusual. And I very rarely have seen it where they seal the record in the hearing.
Right.
So that's why I believe it has to do with some sort of juvenile issue.
Well, the only reason I bring up that witness is, and Brea's right, it was on cross. That's the only witness out of all these witnesses that we've had that they've brought in that were either friends or acquaintances of his that they've asked that question of.
Right.
And so it just sticks in my head that there was some reason why they were asking that question, that there was something behind that question. Because my sense of these prosecutors is they're not asking questions willy-nilly. They are very, whenever they're crossing a witness, their cross-examination of the defense witnesses is fairly short. It's been very short, and they seem to always have kind of a very
you use drugs together, it's like 3 or 4 points.
Right, and that's it. So I don't know. That again, it may be not connected, but who knows?
That's very interesting. It's gosh, the drama that this has created.
For sure.
I don't know.
Rebecca, any more word on who it is that we are going to hear from this afternoon? Who that witness might be? Not the witness we've been talking about in the closed door hearing, but who?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be some sort of a psychologist that is going to testify next. And she has been here, and she will take up the rest of the afternoon. And I think that's going to be the last witness that we hear from. But just another defense expert who will, listen, when I was heard 3 days of hearings on these experts, they all say the exact same thing. And they all read each other's reports, and they're all basing their opinions on the other person's report that they shared that report. And so, a couple of them did examine Tanner Horner and did spend time with him. The last witness we're going to hear, I believe, from the defense is someone that spends a little bit more time with Tanner Horner, but some of them are just reading other reports and then basing their opinion off some of those reports. But I do suspect that this person's also going to come forward and talk about Tanner Horner's different disorders as well.
Okay. All right, Rebecca, we got to let you go because a witness is coming on the stand right now.
Steve, are you going to the war? Would you grab my sippy cup for me, please? Thanks.
Waiting on Steve to come back. All right, y'all ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's go. We're missing one. Everybody can be seated. That's why they put extra chairs in there, so I can make sure that everybody's here. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness is Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we proceed with Dr. Ryan, the defense offers, make sure I get the numbers correct. Defense exhibits number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84, which have all been on file with the clerk of court, and the state has also been given copies.
Any objections?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense exhibits 80 through 84 are admitted.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ryan. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Dr. Ryan, if you would please just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury. And Dr. Ryan, what do you do for a living?
I am a professor of psychiatry and behavioral health at the Ohio State University College of Medicine. I'm the vice chair of clinical affairs, and I am a general adult adolescent.
Maybe you slide that over just a little bit. Your voice is very soft, so there you go.
That's the first time anyone said that.
I understand. Ms. Anderson.
That's something you and I share in common. Dr. Ryan, tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
So I graduated undergraduate from New York University. I went to medical school at Midwestern University, which then was called the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. After that, I did a medical surgical internship at Baptist Medical Center in New York. Then I did my general psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, Western Psychiatric Institute and Clinic. I did a forensic fellowship at the University of Virginia.
Dr. Ryan, you have said that you were a doctor of osteopathic medicine. Is there a difference between osteopathic and a medical doctor?
Not all that much anymore. Osteopathic physicians have education in osteopathic manipulative technique during medical school. There Proportionately, more osteopathic physicians go into primary care, like family medicine, internal medicine, pediatrics, than MDs do. And I think osteopathic physicians have always prided themselves on having a more holistic approach, although I think teaching in an MD medical school now, I think MDs have certainly adopted that over the years.
Osteopathic manipulation, what does that mean?
Well, it's different from chiropractic, but it's manipulation of the musculoskeletal system for various, disorders. For example, back pain, various musculoskeletal disorders.
Well, Dr. Ryan, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other state?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Virginia, also and in Kentucky.
Are you board certified in any discipline?
Yes, I am board certified in general psychiatry, in child and adolescent psychiatry, and in forensic psychiatry.
Dr. Ryan, for this particular case, did you have to obtain a temporary medical license to practice in Texas?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you were a professor at Ohio State University. How long have you been a professor?
Since 2017.
You had also mentioned that you were a vice chair. What does that mean?
Basically, it is a title that encompasses the promotion of the clinical enterprise within the department. So my basically promote clinical excellence in all of our hospital consult liaison, emergency, psychiatry. Also, one of my roles is to integrate psychiatry into the medical center. So we have our psychiatrists in neurology and in our cancer hospital, et cetera.
So does that mean you still see patients?
Yes.
How often do you see patients?
I see patients probably about three days a week. My primary clinical role at this point in time is in our psychiatric emergency service at Ohio State, because I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I also work in the pediatric crisis department over at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I see some outpatients and I also do some inpatient work.
So you mentioned child and adolescent psychiatry. Is that your specialty area?
Well, it's one of my specialty areas.
What other specialty areas do you have?
I would say forensic psychiatry is one, also emergency psychiatry.
Is there any, do you have a focus within your clinical practice?
I would say that clinically I see patients with mood disorders. I guess what I would be most known for is suicidal patients, the study of and treatment of patients who are suicidal, risk assessment, violence risk assessment, a variety of clinical things that I do.
And you're on member to witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 78. Do you recognize this?
That's my CV or resume.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the experience that you bring to court today?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the defense offers defense exhibit number 78.
No objections.
Defense 78 is admitted.
Dr. Ryan, I was looking at your resume and I saw something related to University of Virginia.
Yes.
Were you the medical director at the, sorry, Were you the medical director of the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy there?
Yes, I was.
What does that mean?
Well, the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy is really a think tank that assists in advising the state legislature, judges. Also, we have a clinic that evaluates primarily defendants. I also initiated doing more civil work, also started the child forensic clinic. We also teach how to do various types of evaluations, for example, capital sentencing evaluations, insanity evaluations, competency to stand trial, sex offender evaluations, a variety of forensic evaluations.
So you're one of the people that trains people to do what you do.
I did when I was at UVA, and now I work with fellows. Those are individuals they're physicians who've completed medical school and their psychiatry residency, sometimes their child and adolescent fellowship also, and are now doing a forensic psychiatry fellowship.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever been published in any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
What does it mean to be peer-reviewed?
That means, well, maybe it's easier to talk about the process. You submit an article, it could be a research article, it could be a review article, it could be a variety of different types of articles to a medical journal. And then the editor sends that out to various experts in that field to review it and critique if it's suitable for publication, if the methodology is good, if it's something that adds to the research body, to the literature body. And then if it's accepted, typically nothing's accepted the first time around, and it's sent back with revisions. And if the authors are able to do the revisions and resubmit it, it may be published.
And Dr. Ryan, what type of articles have you written? What generally was your topic of publication?
Well, it would sort of vary depending on, kind of what my interests and work was at the time. And I started out at University of Pittsburgh being very interested in self-injurious behavior. So I wrote an article on that. People who cut themselves or head bang, things like that. I also have submitted and written articles that have been published on competency to stand trial, sexual assault, mood disorders among juvenile offenders, and also my research when I was at UVA was in violence against staff in a psychiatric hospital. So I had done research and published on that, published on mental illness and the death penalty.
And
other things, yeah.
Approximately how many times have you been published in peer review articles?
I guess I have never counted them up, but I guess about 15 times. And then I have book chapters also that I've written on suicide, malingering or deception, psychiatric emergencies, interviewing.
Other than book chapters, have you written any books?
Yes, I edited and wrote part of a book on juvenile sexual offending.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever consulted on legal cases before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you consulted on cases?
Probably over the last 25 years, I would say about at least 50 times, maybe closer to 75.
Have you worked for both the state and the defense in these cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked in both state and federal court?
Yes, I have.
Dr. Ryan, are you being paid for your time to be here?
Yes, I am.
Now, I understand that you work for Ohio State University. How does that work with you working for them and you being here with us? Do you get paid or does Ohio State get paid?
The payment goes to Ohio State.
Dr. Ryan, what is your Is the standard within the practice that you've seen?
Yes, some less, some more. Some experts less, some experts more.
Approximately how many hours have you worked on this case so far?
I haven't counted them up again. OSU gets that payment, but I would say it's at least 100 hours.
Dr. Ryan, what were you asked to do in this case? What was your, what we call the referral question?
I was asked to do
Forensic psychiatric evaluation for purposes of mitigation.
So mitigation in a capital case would be doing a thorough psychiatric to help inform the life-threatening factors that they might consider with respect to coming to the conclusion of death versus life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that's something that is law, essentially, that the death penalty, according to the Supreme Court, is reserved for the worst of the worst.
And I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Ryan. You had mentioned that you perform these evaluations, but is there testing involved in these evaluations?
Other experts potentially will do testing. I don't do testing. I don't think I have ever done testing in a capital mitigation case. Sometimes I will do testing in other types of forensic evaluations. But what I do in terms of my methodology is a comprehensive review of all of the records. That would be, do you want me to talk about what records I've reviewed? Okay.
Yeah. Were you provided, I mean, you said that you reviewed records. There a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is there a comprehensive list of the records that you reviewed contained within that report?
There is.
Are there any additional records that you reviewed after completing your report?
I want to add one thing, which during the previous hearing I was in error about. I didn't include my interview of the in-home therapist.
Okay.
So that was done prior to getting additional records. And then after completing my report, I received additional documents and provided the prosecution with a list of those. You provided the prosecution with a list.
Dr. Where did you get the records that you reviewed?
From the defense team.
Did you receive any reports as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you rely solely on the records you received and the reports that you received from the other experts when doing your evaluation?
No.
What else do you do in an evaluation?
In this kind of a forensic evaluation, you do a comprehensive interview, typically several interviews and I met with Mr. Horner for about 18 and a half hours over the course of 4 times. I also interviewed collateral sources of information, people who might be able to shed some light on the defendant, his development, his functioning. I met some of those individuals in person, others I by Zoom or by phone.
Dr. Ryan, why is it important to have all of this information?
Well, in any forensic evaluation, you have to have a low threshold for suspecting malingering. And so a forensic evaluation is different from and malingering would be being deceptive. Clinical evaluation, your threshold for suspecting that is much lower.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but would you please explain to the jury what malingering means?
Deception. Malingering is basically attempting to deceive with the purpose of some gain. So in a civil case, it might be attempting to, portraying yourself as far more impaired than you actually are in order to get a big payout, for example. In a criminal case, it might be feigning or pretending to be psychotic in order to, get an insanity defense, something like that.
And in order to determine whether a person is malingering, is that why you look at all of the records?
That's one of the reasons. Also, every individual, in every case, not only in forensic evaluations, often, there are family members and others who have more insight into how they function than they might have themselves. That's true of even neurotypical people. And with someone who has an autism spectrum disorder, that's even more the case.
Do you try to review all of the records before conducting the interviews with the client?
I review all of that I have received through interviewing the client, your client.
May I put your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my report.
Is this the report that you prepared after interviewing Mr. Horner, reviewing the records, and interviewing all the final witnesses?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of your findings?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, Defense Officer, Defense Exhibit number 79.
No objection.
Defense Exhibit 79 is admitted.
Now, Dr. Ryan, in your review of the records, did you review records from the Wise County Health Systems?
Yes,
Did you review records from Tarrant County MHMR?
yes,
Did you review records from the hospital known as JPS?
yes, I did.
Did you review records from the hospital known as Millwood?
Yes,
And did you review other records from the hospital known as JPS?
yes.
When you conduct a forensic psychiatric evaluation, how important is it to get a family history?
It's very important.
Why is it important?
Well, for a variety of reasons. One is you find out about the upbringing of the defendant. You also find out about the family mental health history, because many psychiatric disorders have a familial basis, a genetic basis that you want to be aware of. It's also important to, expounding on what I had said earlier, understanding the developmental history of any defendant. You really need to know what kind of a family they grew up in, what kind of influences they were subjected to, both positive and negative.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your interviews with all of the witnesses in this case, do you feel that you were able to get a pretty comprehensive medical history of Tanner's family?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the psychiatric history that you were able to obtain, the maternal side. Was there any significant history of mental health issues on Tanner's maternal side?
Yes, there was significant mental health history on the maternal side. His maternal grandmother suffers from depression. She's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but she doesn't believe that she has bipolar disorder. And the records that I reviewed weren't very clear on that either. She also was very traumatized during her own childhood, sexually abused. His mother has a history of significant severe mental illness. Now, she's been diagnosed with major depression with psychotic features, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder. Now, those disorders are kind of mutually exclusive. You can't have all three of those. But from reviewing the records, she had extensive psychiatric records that I reviewed. She has been psychotic, and it didn't appear that that was only in the context of substance use, that persisted even outside of substance use.
And I believe you said that all of these diagnoses were documented in medical records that you reviewed?
They were all documented in the medical records, yes. The maternal grandmother has several siblings, two of whom completed suicide. A sister who was apparently very successful and had a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, who killed herself when she was about 40. There's also a brother who killed himself by brother, and she has other older brothers who have been diagnosed with one with paranoid schizophrenia, another one with bipolar disorder.
Why is all of this important when you evaluate Tanner for this particular case?
It gives me some insight into what kind of biologically based vulnerabilities he may have to mental illness. There's also, family history is also replete with substance use disorders. And those we know are also, there's an inherited basis potentially to those also.
With regards to the substance use disorder, and was that on both the maternal and the paternal side?
Yes, there's the paternal side. His biological father died before I had any opportunity to interview him, but he reportedly, and there's actually medical records that I reviewed his records. He has a history of depression, significant substance use. He also had a serious suicide attempt while in jail, during which he was cut down. And in the process of being cut down, when he fell to the floor, broke his foot.
What do you mean cut down?
He was found hanging.
Dr. Ryan, I want to turn your attention to Tanner Horner in this case, all right? You said that you had reviewed all of the medical records in this case. Were you able to obtain a comprehensive history or view of Tanner's own psychiatric issues?
Yes.
Historically speaking, what kinds of diagnoses has Tanner had over his lifetime?
He has had over his lifetime Asperger's disorder, autism spectrum disorder, as the diagnostic category changed, major depressive disorder, recurrent and severe. He has had ADHD, significant attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That has been since childhood. He's also received the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. That was also in the medical records.
Based upon your review of the medical records, were you able to determine whether he had ever been prescribed any medications?
Yes, he was prescribed numerous medications. Early adolescence, I believe, potentially middle school, he was prescribed what we call stimulant medication for ADHD, Metadate, and Concerta. He's also been prescribed Strattera, and that was prescribed quite recently prior to this offense. He's been prescribed several antidepressants. sertraline, which is Zoloft, mirtazapine, which is Remeron, and fluoxetine, which is Prozac. Also bupropion, which is Wellbutrin. He's been prescribed 2 antipsychotics, although it appears that those were prescribed more for sleep disturbance than any actual psychosis, olanzapine and quetiapine.
Dr. Ryan, are these medications consistent with the diagnoses that you saw in the records?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the specific instances that you've read about in the records. I want to turn your attention to the records for Millwood in 2018. Do you recall an instance, or do you recall why Tanner was admitted to Millwood in September of 2018?
Yes, the police were called by his ex-girlfriend. He had indicated to her that she should look at Facebook because he was going to be killing himself. And she rushed over to where he was living at the time. I believe it was his grandmother's shed, and found him unconscious. And the police were called. And he was involuntarily admitted to Millwood. He didn't want to go voluntarily.
Do you recall how long he was in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for about a week.
I want to turn your attention to the records from Tarrant County in 2022. Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was seeing anybody at Tarrant County MHMR on a regular basis?
He was.
Specifically in May of 2022, did he see his provider?
The individual who prescribed medication?
Yes.
Yes. And he also was seeing, I believe, a therapist too.
When he went to see the provider, was an intake performed? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I don't recall exactly the intake itself.
Okay.
But he was diagnosed with major depression recurrent, ADHD, and prescribed antidepressants, 2 antidepressants and Strattera.
Do you recall if he talked to his provider about any of the stressors in his life that he was experiencing at the time in May of 2022?
Yes, he basically went for treatment because he was feeling increasingly depressed and suicidal. He was not hospitalized at that time, but was referred to something called a mobile crisis program, which is what he was involved in. He was under a great deal of stress. He had difficulties in terms of his relationship with his fiance's family. I believe that he was living with them and was having a lot of stressors around that, not only in terms of the relationship, but in terms of the number of people living in the house and just the noise factor and kind of the chaos in the home. He also was stressed on work. His fiance had experienced.
And I was going to say, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment because I want to go back to May of 2022. And then we'll get to the other issues that he was dealing with in just a moment. Based upon the records that you reviewed from Tarrant County, was the last date of service October of 2022?
Yes.
Was that about 6 weeks before the kidnap and murder of Tina Strand?
Yes, it was.
Now, after his arrest, was there an incident in the Weiss County Jail involving Tanner?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I'm trying to recall. It was several months after he had been incarcerated in the jail. He attempted to kill himself by cutting his upper extremities and cutting lower extremities. And this was a serious suicide attempt in that when he was brought to the hospital, he was hypotensive, which means he had very low blood pressure due to loss of blood. And according to the records I reviewed, required a transfusion.
What is a transfusion?
A blood transfusion.
What does that mean?
It means that, and reviewing his labs, something called his hemoglobin and hematocrit were low, which indicates that he had lost a lot of blood. And as if I remember correctly, I think his systolic blood pressure, which is that top number in your blood pressure, which is typically about 120, I think his was like 50 or 60. So he had lost quite a bit of blood.
What does it mean to have a systolic of 50 or 60?
That the term is hypotensive. He was not, his blood pressure was very low, and that means that there wasn't a lot of blood for the heart to pump around the body. And he was, if I remember correctly in the records, it seemed like he was confused, somewhat disoriented. So this was a legitimate and very serious attempt.
Dr. Ryan, in addition to the hanging attempt in 2018, the suicidal ideations in May of 2022, and the suicide attempt in the jail in May of 2023, were there other instances that you noted in the records of Tanner either causing self-harm or trying to commit suicide?
Well, there's the head banging and the self-harm that he experiences when he becomes very dysregulated and overwhelmed. But there was also an incident when he was hit with a plank by his grandfather. He didn't see that coming, in large part because of his difficulty with perspective taking and seeing, kind of how people are registering emotion. His father knocked him down with a plank or some big stick to the floor. And he indicated this to me, and his grandmother did also. And he went upstairs and cut himself very deeply in a suicide attempt. Then he came downstairs. He was bleeding profusely. His grandmother took him to the hospital, and he received 16 sutures. He did not reveal to the hospital personnel that he had cut himself. He said I believe he told them that he had cut himself. He had fallen off a roof or something and fell out onto a gutter and cut himself that way.
And Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Tanner meets therefore autism spectrum disorder?
Yes.
What about alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder associated with exposure?
That's a little redundant on my part, but yes, a neurodevelopmental disorder related to fetal alcohol.
Does he meet the criteria for major depressive disorder?
Yes, he does, recurrent.
Post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
Yes.
Motor tic disorder?
Yes.
And you mentioned bipolar disorder rule out. What does that mean?
The records had numerous references to him having manic or what we call hypomanic episodes. And I believe that he has been diagnosed in the records at some point with having bipolar disorder. However, you know, the kind of evaluation that I'm able to do in a forensic evaluation is far more comprehensive than the kind of evaluations that I can do in 15 minutes in my practice clinically. I just don't have that kind of access in a psychiatric evaluation clinically. I was able to review all of these records, talk with numerous collateral sources, and also to talk with Mr. Horner himself, and I could not determine that he actually met criteria for that disorder. Because, you know, all of these disorders have pretty strict criteria. You have to meet a certain number of criteria in order to get the diagnosis. He clearly meets the diagnosis for major depressive disorder, but you have to have, for hypomania, 4 days at least of clear hypomanic symptoms most of the day on consecutive days. And for mania, it's 7 days. And I just couldn't get enough information to make that diagnosis.
So does that mean he didn't have bipolar?
No, it doesn't mean that. I just did not have enough information to make the diagnosis to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Okay, hold on one moment. Did you also have some diagnoses of substance use?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, how important are diagnoses for a forensic psychiatric evaluation in a capital murder case?
Well, just generally, the jury might consider these diagnoses, these disorders, to be mitigating. They certainly impact how Mr. Horner developed, moved through the world, how he came to be the person that he is.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these individual diagnoses. We have talked about autism throughout this trial. Based upon your review of the records and review of the reports from other experts in this case, was Tanner given a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder?
At some point later, yes. He was given the diagnosis of Asperger's disorder. And with the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, moving from DSM-4 to DSM-5, there was a change in that diagnostic schema. So there is no more Asperger's disorder. Individuals like Mr. Horner, who they would now fall under the category of autism spectrum disorder.
Is there a difference between Asperger's and autism?
Well, in the DSM-4, autistic disorder, Asperger's disorder, and something called unspecified pervasive developmental disorder were all under the diagnostic category of pervasive developmental disorder. And autistic disorder typically was describing individuals who were significantly impaired in terms of their intellectual ability. So they often, you know, more than 70% would have fallen into the intellectually disabled category, what used to be called mental retardation, and they didn't have language. So that was the difference. Asperger's was the diagnosis for individuals who had normal or above average IQ and also had developed language. But they still had, excuse me, they still had severe social communication deficits.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner and of the witnesses, what kind of deficits did he present throughout his life?
Well, he's had the major first criteria are persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction. And these have to be across multiple domains, not only in one domain. And he certainly, from the records, it was very clear that he had these difficulties. Deficits in what we call social emotional reciprocity. Being able to recognize social cues. I don't want to go into a lot of detail if that's already been gone into, but deficits in nonverbal communication. It was noted in the records that he made eye contact, didn't make good eye contact. What was interesting, and I suspect that this was related to some of the in-home therapy that he got, his eye contact was far too much throughout my evaluation. Staring, not doing, when typically when neurotypical people interact with someone, they don't maintain eye contact constantly. You drop your eyes, you look away a little bit. He very seldom did that.
And I'm going to stop you right there and say, what significance is that?
That he has deficits in nonverbal communication. So that's one of the things that if you're with him for a significant amount of time, comfortable, right? Because there's that staring. There's also deficits in maintaining relationships, and that was very clear in the records and from the history that I got from collateral sources.
Speaking of the collateral sources, were the collateral sources that you spoke with, were they able to give you any further insight into the deficits that Tanner exhibited?
Well, I spoke with his mother and his grandmother. So they, his grandmother, particularly in retrospect, recognized deficits very early on. One of the things that she mentioned, which is very typical of autistic individuals, is instead of playing with a car the way that a little kid would play with a car, he was kind of focused on turning the wheels, which is kind of this focus on parts rather than the whole. They noted that he tended to play by himself. And when he was in preschool, other kids didn't really want to play with him. And also when they would approach him to play, he didn't interact with them in the way that other kids would be expected to interact. He had difficulty. Now, preschoolers are not known for sharing, but he was even more, focused on just doing his own thing. And the relationship issues have progressed throughout his life. That was noted in the school records. It was noted by the in-home therapist. These deficits that really prohibit him from taking other people's perspectives, communicating adequately, and then in adulthood, these kinds of deficits that you see with individuals on the spectrum, they become in many ways more pronounced in adolescence because you have to do things in adolescence in terms of relationships that are more complicated than during childhood. So things only got worse.
So Dr. Ryan, the information that you've received from the collaterals, did they corroborate the testing of other experts? Did they corroborate what you saw in the medical records going back a decade?
Totally.
I want to talk about the diagnosis of major depressive disorder. How common is it to have a comorbidity of depression with autism?
Very common.
Did you find that to be the case with Tanner?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what major depressive disorder is.
So major depressive disorder is a mood disorder in which someone is pervasively depressed, down, sad mood, or losing interest or pleasure in usual activities for at least 2 weeks. And it's not a kind of on and off thing. It doesn't have to be every single minute, but it's pretty much most of the day, nearly every day for at least 2 weeks. And then you need to have 5 out of 9 symptoms in order to meet the criteria. For example, sleep disturbance, appetite disturbance, loss of energy, the loss of pleasure that I mentioned before, preoccupation with death or suicidal ideation. So there are 9 of them. I don't know if I mentioned them all in that, but you have to have at least 5.
Dr. Ryan, how does depression?
Can I just add one thing?
Oh, sure.
It has to really limit your functioning.
Well, how does depression affect a person's functioning?
Well, it's very individualized, of course, right? For some individuals, they, decreased motivation is another one of the symptoms. So, it can be an increase in sadness. It can be an increase in irritability. It might be a lack of motivation to work, for example. So you might see that someone with a excellent work ethic suddenly starts showing up late for work or isn't performing at work the way they used to.
What about cognitive abilities?
Definitely affects cognitive abilities in terms of memory, in terms of there are neural circuitry that's affected in depression, in terms of being able to utilize foresight. It does affect your cognition and makes you slower potentially in terms of your thinking.
Dr. Ryan, another one of the diagnoses that you noted was attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. What, during your evaluation of Tanner, did he exhibit any signs or symptoms that would lead you to believe, or let me rephrase that. What signs or symptoms did he exhibit that led you to believe that ADHD was a valid diagnosis?
Well, you have to recognize that in a structured setting, I mean, we were in a interview room, just him and I, and even individuals with significant ADHD might be able to focus in interview. It's when they're in unstructured settings that you really see some of those deficits more profoundly. So with me, it was kind of difficult to separate out what was the autism versus what was distractibility secondary to ADHD, but he was distractible. He was also, kind of impulsive, but he had what I would call impulsive responding that was at times very inappropriate, that could also be related to his Asperger. I mean, his autism spectrum disorder. I think, if I may, I think what's important is additive are compounding. So when you're adding in primarily ADHD and PTSD, you're creating problems that are more significant than each of those disorders creates individually.
Well, let's look at these three that we had just talked about. We talked about autism, depression, and ADHD. But before we do that, one thing that I wanted to ask you that I almost forgot about was there was testimony related to Tanner eating coins. Would that information be relevant to his ADHD diagnosis?
Well, yes, the records seem to indicate, and the history from sources that I spoke to, was that he had a particularly severe form of ADHD. We see that with individuals who have had exposure to alcohol prenatally. That is related to, that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is associated with pretty severe ADHD. That level of, kids pick up things and put them in their mouths, right? But it sounds like his eating coins was way out of proportion to what you would see, particularly if there was any level of supervision with just a kid who has ADHD. There's also, to be eating inanimate objects would be something called pica, which is another disorder. I don't have enough information to be able to diagnose that, but just eating random things that are objects.
Dr. Ryan, so when looking at the autism, looking at the depression, looking at the ADHD diagnoses, how would these three working together impact a person's ability to cope with anxiety or stress?
Well, just the autistic hampers one's ability to cope with anxiety and stress. So you add all of these other disorders and you've got a compounding of his difficulties dealing with stress. And stress is kind of a very generic term, but there are very specific kinds of stressors that really are particularly problematic for him. So disruptions in routine, for example.
Right, and in about half a page, we're going to talk some more about the stressors in this case. But I want to go back to the diagnoses for a moment.
Okay.
These diagnoses that we talked about, they seem to have had an impact on impulse control. Now, with regards to the other diagnoses that he had, you had noted that there was a prenatal alcohol exposure. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Does a fetus have control over what the mother puts into her body?
No.
Are women supposed to consume alcohol while pregnant?
No.
Why not?
Well, alcohol is a neurotoxin, and there is a great deal of research on the toxicity to the fetal brain. It's not clear how much is too much. Some literature and research indicates that 2 drinks in one sitting can be, which I think may be a little excessive actually, but there's research that indicates that can be that can be toxic to the developing brain. It all really depends on where this kind of an insult hits. So, in Mr. Tanner's case, his mother was very heavily consuming alcohol for the first 8.5 weeks of
Go ahead. I was going to ask, are there times in a pregnancy that a developing fetus is more vulnerable than other times?
Yes, the brain is developing during that.
A mother drinks during the first trimester.
It can have a very negative effect on the fetus's developing brain.
What kind of effect can alcohol exposure have on a child's executive functioning?
It can very negatively affect executive functioning. And executive functioning is basically the frontal lobe of our brains. That area in front behind the forehead is what is responsible for executive functioning, particularly what's called the prefrontal cortex. So that is important in terms of judgment, rational thinking, impulse control, those types of functions.
How can drinking during the first trimester affect adaptive deficit behavior?
Can you explain what you mean by that?
How about if I move on to the next question, because that one didn't make any sense. So how can drinking during the first trimester affect a child's social and emotional functioning?
Well, particularly if it affects the frontal lobe, which, is one of the areas that we would be looking at, it can affect their impulsivity. And as I said, children with fetal alcohol disorder, and there's two things. There's fetal alcohol disorder, right, which has, characteristic facial features, which Mr. Horner does not have. And then there's what we call fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder have significant deficits with respect to impulse control, judgment, rational thinking, being able to kind of consider alternatives. And that's what in my opinion, we're seeing with Mr. Horner.
Are there any secondary diagnoses that are more prevalent for those with who have been exposed to alcohol in utero?
Well, ADHD is definitely one of them.
Is there a correlation between alcohol exposure and autism spectrum disorder?
There's no causation. That the research has not shown any, for example, that alcohol exposure causes autism spectrum disorder. However, many children with fetal alcohol exposure and fetal alcohol symptoms, they have autistic traits. So one of the questions is, both of the diagnoses can exist independently, but children who have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, children who have fetal alcohol syndrome can have autistic traits and have a higher percentage of autistic traits than the general population.
So is it correlative, not causative?
Definitely not causative. There's some correlation, not between the disorder, but autistic traits.
Dr. Ryan, one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was talking about, I believe that you said a causative effect of all of these diagnoses and how they kind of built upon each other.
Compounding effect.
Compounding, that was the word. Explain to the jury how all of these deficits and all of these diagnoses can compound each other, because if you have 3 different diagnoses that all label impulse control, shouldn't that just be one impulse control issue?
Than if it's just each one individually. So for example, Mr. Horner tends to not only be impulsive, but to kind of what we call catastrophize, or think about worst case scenarios and jump to the worst case conclusions. Depression, major depression, causes something that we call cognitive distortion, right? Which can make these kinds of thought patterns worse. So that would be an example.
Dr. Ryan, we have a lot of diagnoses here. Did any of these diagnoses cause Tanner to commit the offense to which he pled guilty?
No.
Did any of these diagnoses lead you to believe that Tanner was insane at the time of the commission of the offense?
No.
You understand that he did plead guilty to this case. Is insanity part of a guilt innocence, or would it be part of the mitigation?
Well, it would be the guilt innocence because, one would do an evaluation to determine whether someone met that threshold for insanity or character or consequence of your act, or didn't realize that it was wrong. If that were the case, then it would go to an insanity trial, not a mitigation, not a sentencing hearing.
So just to put it in layman's terms, when we're talking about insanity, one of the issues is knowing right from wrong.
That's correct.
And that's not why we're here today.
Right.
Okay. Did any of these diagnoses prevent Tanner from knowing right from wrong?
No.
So why is it important to look at all these diagnoses if they don't give rise to a defense or an excuse to the offense?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, these diagnoses indicate that Mr. Horner is a severely compromised individual, and that is mitigating in understanding how he was functioning leading up to the offense, and what kinds of factors went into him thinking the way that he was thinking around the time of the offense. And, there's lots of other aspects of it that a jury might find mitigating in terms of his childhood and development to get him to the place where he is now.
And so with these diagnoses, do you believe that they are important to help the jury understand his behavior during the interrogations?
Yes.
Or during the offense itself?
Yes.
What about during any phone calls after he was arrested?
Yes.
Would they be, these diagnoses help the jury to understand why or how he wrote the letters that he did? When forensic psychiatric evaluation, do you get personal information from the intimate details of their lives?
Yes.
Do you